Is that what it is? It's a West Coast Canadian accent? Let's hear a little bit of it. Because I know he starts praising her towards, I want to say the end or something like that.
And speaks about a lot of things. It's 2 hours long. It goes into the history of the persecution of the Jewish people.
Already, you know, I haven't seen it. I have to watch it now, unfortunately. Because if Lance is praising something, I've been programmed, I've been conditioned by him and his horrible fucking takes to recognize that there's going to be issues with it. So the moment that I heard that she made a 2-hour video and she starts it off by censoring Jewish persecution, I was like, all right, I'm done with that. What the fuck happened there? Give me one sec. You know, we're not doing the same thing out here. So I'll be checking that out over the weekend. We'll see how fucking, you know, this type of stuff that Bad Empanada should be fucking doing. Like, why am I involved in that? What the fuck happened there? Did I get booted out? Who did I? Huh. It's weird. That is super weird. Oh well. For whatever reason, my live stream on Twitch, which I don't even fucking use, so I'm not even sure why I'm concerned, crashed. We're good there now. I couldn't get the live stream up on the second channel. It is what it is. But yeah, the way he talks, I don't know what it is. I think he elongates certain words and it bothers me. I'm like, just say the fucking, like, finish it. Let's see. No, it's the. That's what I can't stand. Maybe. Who knows? Let me know if I'm doing it too. Yes, David Barnes, post-traumatic slave syndrome. She has some great lectures as well on the book. But yeah, I'm gonna have to check out that video. Let me go all messages, my bad. There we go. All right, but enough of that guy. This shit made me laugh. This made me laugh. I don't know if y'all saw this. We'll just be brief with it.
Have not changed in terms of my views. What has changed, as I pointed out yesterday, is I no longer believe we are all part of the same movement. There's the governance-focused, big tent, win elections and pass laws left. That's where I am. And then there's this purity test left. The ones who don't really care if we lose and sometimes seem to like it so they can say, I told you so, as long as they feel morally untainted. They treat compromise as corruption. They think we need a better media ecosystem must mean install CIA-approved thought leaders or something like that. So maybe we were never really part of the same movement. If I've been red-pilled about anything, maybe it's that. We overlapped when convenient, and that was it. But I'm not getting red-pilled. I'm done pretending that everyone with a left-wing label is on the same page. You can stand for progress.
Bro. Just like the soapbox crying aspect of this is hilarious. He's crying. Understand that he is crying right now. He is taking his ball and going home when we've been telling him we're not on the same fucking team. We're not on the same fucking team, but people like the Majority Report, TYT, Pakman, the Humanist Report, Secular Talk, all these people, we tell them time and time again, you're not part of the left. You're not part of the fucking left. You're fucking progressives. You're sock dems. You're liberals. whatever the fuck you want to brand yourself as. Fundamentally, you're just liberals. You're just centrist at best, and that's it. You want to maintain the status quo, and just, some details, change them to make yourself feel better. That's it. But they're not part of the left. They never have been. They're the face of it. They claim it, but they're not part of the left. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I started off saying, like, bro, like, I don't understand how these people don't come from any like organizing background. And it doesn't have to be union work. It could just be your local community organizations. How is it that you're able to get, this far without being in rooms with people who are to your left, with people who are getting busy, staying proactive, right? So, and I say that because, like, I've been in spaces where I'm the person with the least, organizing experience. And I'm not talking about union stuff. I'm talking like left organizations. And I shut the fuck up and I listen. And I remember to stay humble. Especially when these motherfuckers know like 10 times the theory that I do. That'll humble you real quick. But these people want to be the face of the left so fucking bad. And we see this with Hutch and now David Pakman, that he's been exposed as a paid operative for the Democratic Party through this dark money connection that Taylor Lorenz revealed, but we've all known. Bro, now you want to recognize there's a fucking difference. Now you want to say, well, they're not the real left, or they're the max left, right? Or whatever the fuck Cenk was saying. The only concern and the only problem now is that people are going to see this and be like, oh, the majority report, they're part of the real left. Oh, Hassan Piker, they're part of the real left. And then you ask for their resume organizing, and it's a fucking blank. It's fucking blank. Because they want to do this. That's all they want to do. To get this. That's all they want to fucking do. They don't actually want to get off their ass and do something. Yes, and that's why I make that distinction. Quien sabe? Quien sabe says in the chat, the distinction between left organizations and union is also important. 100%. 100%. Don't get me wrong. I've been in spaces with other. I'm trying to always think how I can say these things to stay broad. I've been in spaces and meetings where I have just been impressed by how far left some of these people are. Unsurprisingly, they're the ones who are more politically engaged. But I was really, really surprised and had to humble myself a little bit and be like, hey, relax, you're not that guy, pal. Like, you're not this fucking super radical. And I tried to claim that I'm not. I don't think that I am. But if I'm in a leftist organization space, like, we're already, at the very least, on the same page on a lot of things that would be perceived as radical. But yeah, this is like a fucking Zionist. And suddenly he's like, well, there's a mean left.
In a lot of different ways. You can want change without torching everyone who's only 98% on your side.
And this is what's frustrating, because even I hear this a lot. How I call out all the liberal Zionists like Sam Cedar, like Hassan Piker, like Emma Vigeland, Matt Leck, all these fucking, the Vanguard, all these fucking liberal Zionist normalizers, if not outright propagandists for liberal Zionism. I always get that. We guys agree on so much, on that 98%, right? But then it turns out that 2% is whether or not the Zionist entity has the right to exist. And I'm like, that's a pretty fucking significant 2% though. That's a fucking deal breaker 2% for me though. So they try and downplay it where it's like, oh, it's just 2% difference. Now with somebody like David Pakman, it's probably like more of a like 60-75% difference, if anything. Where, to be honest, I do think, look, I don't really like I'm not gonna I'll be nice to say it. Not that I don't like. I just haven't had the opportunity to hang out with a lot of white people. Right? Maybe they are a good time. Maybe they are a good time. But I wouldn't be surprised if I would have actually gotten along with like the vanguard, right? Not some parasocial shit. I'm just saying like neutral grounds, neutral everything. I'm sure we could probably get some drinks and have a good time. But having seen them willingly stay quiet, remain quiet around this liberal Zionist Marianne Williamson, defend her position, and then spread Zionist lies themselves, I'm like, oh, yeah, no, it would have ended bad. It would have ended bad, and maybe it would have taken, to the second, third beer to get there, but we would have gotten there, and I would have realized that, oh, these people are fucking frauds, they're fakes, they're opportunists, they're aligning with these white supremacist settler colonial ideologies that I completely oppose. So maybe we could have been 99% aligned. But that 1% is so fucking vital because it's like, oh, okay, yeah, you support white supremacy, you support Europeans colonizing wherever the fuck they want. You support the idea that they have good intent, that they're colonizing for the right fucking reasons. This is why I love this chat. But this isn't even, I'll let this finish, but this is not the video I was trying to pull up, my bad.
But no, I am not having a political awakening. I am not the next Dave Rubin. None of that is happening.
Man. And they try to like, I don't know if you all saw the whole Sam Piker Bad Empanada kind of breakup thing. First of all, I've been saying this since day one. Fuck Bad Empanada. Fuck that fool. I told y'all, do not trust somebody who thinks Australia is not white enough for them. Do not trust them. Do not trust somebody that willingly moves to fucking Argentina. And if you don't know why, you're just not brown, you're just not black enough to understand why that's sketchy fucking behavior, to say the least. I've always been suspicious of him because of that. You chose to move to one of the widest places that should not be one of the widest places. That is weirdo behavior to me. But they finally had a falling out, and Bad Empanada's been saying some like fatphobic stuff, some anti-indigenous stuff, some fucking just being himself, being a white academic, right? And Hassan used this opportunity to ban him from, his chat, his community, what have you. Any mention of him, which was really intelligent because Bad Empanada was being critical, along with Sea Squirrel, of Hassan being a liberal Zionist normalizer, which literally the start of the channel was calling out the Vanguard and Hassan for normalizing Marianne Williamson, the lifelong Zionist. So to me, it's kind of like, oh, how fucking convenient. You're going to use this fucking typical Bad Empanada semi-yearly reactionary crash out to avoid actually handling any criticism. Wow. Yeah, exactly, Chirimacha. Argentina is Europe 2.0. Fucking yeah. Let me see here. But that wasn't even it. That's so
have
funny.
not changed in terms of.
Hold on. Yeah. This is what I was fucking dying if I could find it. Let me see. Watch this.
Some creators in the first 48 hours took the Wired story and expanded it with even more outrageous claims, suggesting that it's AIPAC or IPAC. I don't even know how it's pronounced. AIPAC.
iPad? AIPAC? Who fucking knows? I've only been covering politics for like fucking a decade at least. David Pakman. I don't even know how to say the PAC's name. What iPad? What is it? It's so fucking stupid, ridiculous. It's so fucking stupid and ridiculous.
The Wired story and expanded it with even more outrageous claims, suggesting that it's AIPAC or IPAC. I don't even know how it's pronounced. AIPAC.
I don't even know how it's pronounced. You understand the level of disrespect towards your audience that you have to try and pull that one off? AIPAC, even before October 7th, Operation Alaska Flood, even before then, AIPAC was probably the one fucking like pack whose name most people would know. How to pronounce quote unquote properly. AIPAC. So this is just ridiculous. It's fucking hilarious. And you know what? Look, I always say this. I'm a fucking hater for reals. Can't stand this guy. But let's see if I can find it again. What's this fool's name? I was gonna confuse him with Ben Burchess because apparently I'm anti-Semitic, but with Matt Glebe. That's who it was. Matt Glebe. Glebe. He actually had a really good response to this. Let me see if I can find it here. Is it Glebe like this? He's Jewish. I don't know how to spell his last name. Is it just Glib? It'd be weird if it was Glib. What the fuck is his name? Hold on. Lib? Have I been saying it wrong? That's funny as fuck. That's funny as fuck. Name a little weird. He retweeted something with that actually made me laugh, and I want to share it because it was an opportunity to demonstrate that I will, one, acknowledge something hilarious, but two, that I might dislike you, but I can still give you credit for something. So same fucking video about AIPAC, not knowing how to pronounce it.
And expanded it with even more outrageous claims, suggesting that it's AIPAC or IPAC. I don't even know how it's pronounced. AIPAC.
I don't even know how it's pronounced. His tweet was squinting as my wife shows me the credit card statement. $15 a month for OnlyFans? Funds? Fangs? What even is this? That had me dying. That had me fucking dying. I was like, yeah, that's a fucking good one. I think you're a liberal Zionist opportunist cashing in on the genocide of Palestinians. I think your wife that you're mentioning here is, again, another one of these opportunists. MSNBC paid at one point, friend of the Majority Report and their liberal Zionist propagandas out there. But this was actually fucking funny. And yeah, we're all anti-Semitic now, believe it or not. But I will be talking about actually, I'll say this for tomorrow because I want to see if there's an update to this because it's only 21 hours ago. Yeah, we'll do that. But I am going to talk about Venezuela later in the conversation. Yeah, Lib or Lib, I don't know. No, Francesca said she would vote for Pete Buttigieg. That is crazy. I don't even know how to spell his last name. Why the fuck would I think they're related?
Mayor Pete Buttigieg.
Is it in this? Let's see. Where's the transcript? Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Oh. Oh, with Brianna Joy Gray? That must have been a while ago.
Like, I'm like, how many?
Let's see.
Democrats are running Pete Buttigieg, I'm going to support, like, I will vote for Pete Buttigieg, and I'll tell the people who watch my show to do that.
Oh, man, that is so fucking pathetic. And again, the struggle to stay professional here. Brandon Joy Gray over here trying to hold in the laugh. And you know, didn't this just come out actually? Hold on. Funny enough. Funny enough. Let's see here. Yeah, the September 3rd, new Pete Buttigieg has 0% support among black voters for 2028 via the new Emerson poll. Fucking wild. Yeah, telling people to vote for this guy is going to do so much. So much, man. Yeah, and that's the thing. Voting for somebody that has no positions, willing to compromise in everything, literally everything. That's fucking hilarious. Where he never really had a great one to begin with. Because I tried looking this up earlier. I forgot the name of the poll they were referring to, so I couldn't find the more recent one. But in trying to find it, there it was. In trying to find it, I found like an old ass one. Let's see, among black voters. Damn. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? So that's funny. When I looked it up on my phone, I couldn't find anything from this year. Oh, here we go. 2019. What's really behind Pete Buttigieg's lack of support among black voters? Fucking 2019. This was already a thing. Already a thing. But since we're on the Democrats already, I'm trying to remember if I'm forgetting something. I thought this was fucking hilarious. These people, anyone supporting the Democratic Party, anyone still supporting the Democratic Party, saying that they're the fucking answer moving forward, cozying up to them. They're genocide normalizers. As long as blue does it, it's okay. As long as the Democratic Party commits a genocide, it's fine. That is called progress, because that's better than a Republican genocide. Keep that in mind. You're ignorant and you're aiding fascism if you do not recognize that a Democratic genocide is better than a Republican genocide. You're fucking ignorant, you're backwards, you're uneducated. You're actually the real white supremacist here, because you can only claim that a Democratic genocide is bad. You can only oppose it if you're aligning with the Republican Party, because then they're going to commit a genocide, and that's going to be bad. Keep that in mind.
This resolution is
Holy
this is
shit.
Democracy Now!
Even for me, that threw me off. Oh, yeah.
Arms embargo against Israel and a ceasefire in Gaza. The vote came during a DNC meeting Tuesday in Minneapolis. This is Allison Minnerly, a DNC member from Florida, sponsor of the arms embargo resolution.
This resolution is straightforward and enforceable. It calls for the end of supplying weapons and military aid as we see the war ongoing and raging in Gaza. 7%.
I mean, I don't know this individual. They're presenting this, so maybe they're willing to compromise in language. But this is why we say it's pointless to compromise, even in something as if you want to perceive it as petty, as insignificant as the language that we use. Somebody like Sam Cedar says, "Oh, you know, the optics, I don't think it's great for argument for me to identify as an anti-Zionist," because he doesn't, but he doesn't believe that it's great for optics either way. So yes, she calls it a war. Now, to give them the benefit of the doubt, I'm going to say that they thought to themselves, hey, I want this to pass. Let me just compromise with the language, call it a war. But the main goal is to get this arms embargo passed. And you still get the fucking middle finger. You still get told to fuck off. And that's what I'm saying. It's not worth sacrificing language. There's power in that language. That's why they so desperately avoided calling it a genocide for so long, and still do. And then they want credit for jumping on the train afterwards. But when you're willing to compromise on reality, and they still tell you to fuck off, then you lost twice. You didn't get what you wanted through the proper fucking channels. But also you're willing to compromise your own beliefs. Unless this person does not think it's a genocide and they truly believe that it's a war, which I find that hard to believe, why would you then call for an arms embargo? But hey, maybe you're just too outside of my own way of thinking for me to understand the logic behind that. But that being said, do not compromise even in the language. It might not be best for optics. It might not be, the best way to reach to those to the right of you, but it might be the way to reach to those who are quote unquote apolitical or just disengaged with it all. At the very least, at least when you speak to them, it might be the first time that they hear it, for what it is, a genocide. And that alone is beneficial. That alone is beneficial because when they have conversations with other, non-politically engaged people, then instead of saying, oh yeah, that war, they might say accurately, yeah, it's a genocide. Well, I heard it's a genocide. Somebody called it a genocide. Why would they call it a genocide? Let me find out. Right? And so the next conversation that they have about it, if they do have one, it's not about a war. It's about a genocide. I'm not saying they're going to agree with us, but at the very least, it's in their fucking mind. We're giving them the language needed that corporate media and these fucking rat lips are willing to sacrifice. Corporate media isn't even going to give them that language until it's too fucking late.
Of Democrats support the party's current position in this conflict and in this crisis.
Minute will be joined by Allison Minnerly. A second resolution on Israel was initially approved, but then the author of the resolution, DNC Chair Ken Martin, withdrew it. Martin called for a task force to be formed to help build party unity on the issue.
That's fucking hilarious. I'm telling you right now, I was charitable with the other individual prior, but to me, this seems like he thought that he was going to be able to grandstand on this, that it wasn't going to pass and be like, hey, I tried. I tried to pass this and move it forward so that he could like play both sides. Sorry, I thought about, Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I'm going to play both. I'm playing both sides, right? And once it passed, he goes, "Oh fuck, I don't want this on my name. I don't really believe in this." And then, one second thought. I know we all agree on this, but as a person that presented, let me pull back. And there's some things we got to fine tune, and maybe we could just address this a different way. But we passed it. No. Yeah, right. Democracy. I get it. But I just, there's certain things that I'm not happy with. Let me run it back. Normally you hear that when something fails. Let me get the second. Let me, double or nothing, what have you. But for that shit to pass and for you to be like, "Oh, never mind," that's fucking suspicious.
I am going to appoint a committee or a task force comprised of stakeholders on all sides of this to continue to have the conversation, to work through this, and bring solutions back to our party. And so with that, I would ask this committee to withdraw my resolution so we can move forward united today.
Recent polls show only a small percentage of Democratic voters here in the United States support Israel's war on Gaza. We go now to Minneapolis, where we're joined by Alison Minnerly. She's 26 years old, a DNC member from Florida, sponsor of the Israel Arms Embargo resolution that was rejected. Alison, welcome to Democracy Now! Can you explain what happened to yours? What was the vote on the panel? And then Ken Martin had a resolution calling for a ceasefire, but then withdrew it after yours was defeated. Explain.
Yes, so earlier this
Yeah, that is wild. All right, I'm looking forward to this explanation because, like I said, that's my first reaction to it. It sounds suspicious. To say the least.
This month, I filed a resolution relating to Gaza, calling for the arms embargo and the end of military aid to Israel as an official position of the Democratic Party. And what you saw yesterday is that the chair, Ken Martin, also filed a resolution. In his resolution, specific.
Let me go back to normal speed because she's actually speaking really quick. She must be a Democracy Now! Viewer. She knows she's got to get it all out.
I filed a resolution relating to Gaza, calling for the arms embargo and the end of military aid to Israel as an official position of the Democratic Party. And what you saw yesterday is that the chair, Ken Martin, also filed a resolution. And his resolution specifically did not call for some of these more actionable items. While it did call for a ceasefire, it didn't go far enough in addressing the humanitarian crisis that we're seeing and did not really align us with our base of voters. And so really the intention in filing my resolution was to make sure that as a party, we're having the conversation, but also that we are meeting our voters because it's so important. And so what you'll see yesterday is that once we got to the floor and once we had a vote, unfortunately, the resolution number 18 that I filed did not pass and did not make it through the committee, but Chair Martin's did. But ultimately, Chair Martin decided to pull his resolution as well and decided, upon request of the co-sponsors of my resolution, we were able to get him to commit to creating this task force and continuing the conversation because we think it's too important to ignore.
Wait. Okay, this is my question, though. Did her team ask him to pull it to have a task force? Or did her team ask after he pulled it, "Hey, can we at least have a task force?"
Could you talk about the fault lines in the DNC and the Democratic Party leadership on Gaza? Is this largely a generational divide, or what? How do you see it?
What's interesting is that I don't think it's necessarily generational. While I think a lot of young voters care about this in particular, I think that there are so many people, either members, people at home, even just everyday organizers that come from different backgrounds, different perspectives. And it's so widely and broadly supported. Like you already mentioned, the percentage really is so slim of Democrats that do support the current position. It's around 7%. So even within that number, it's a wide representation of just the base at large.
So, go ahead, Ron.
Yeah, and could you tell us also why you're relatively new to the Democratic National Committee? Why did you decide to join? And there are obviously many young people who think at this point neither the Republicans nor the Democrats answer the needs of the country.
Damn, Juan. All right. Okay. Oh man, he's like, "Are you fucking stupid?" No, I just think, especially, he's older. And he's like, "Wait, why are like the youth still playing this fucking game?"
Absolutely. So earlier this year, everything I would like to break down this process because I think it is something that not everybody knows about, which is that every year, right? The DNC meets several times a year, and in these committee meetings, in these general body meetings, there are decisions like this that are made. And I think that what's really important to know is that anybody that's watching at home, if you get involved in your local state party, your local chapter, things like that, there's an opportunity for you to become a state committee person who then becomes eligible to be a DNC member, which is exactly what I did. And so while my win and path to becoming a DNC member was unexpected, the Youth Coalition in Florida, the same young people that organized March for Our Lives, that led the Don't Say Gay walkouts at their schools, we have a really strong history of youth organizing. And when we realized that the DNC slate, the people that were running to be our DNC members, didn't fully represent us or our values, we knew that we needed young people to step up and lead. And I was happy to heed that call and to take that action and to really just use my voice as an extension of them, because this is really our seat as youth organizers in Florida.
Part of your resolution,
I will say, look, it wasn't like I was politically engaged in high school, so I do want to give credit to kids who are willing to be proactive, but also that are politically engaged and aware. While I was somewhat aware, I was not engaged. So credit to them, because that does require certain maturity and certain willingness to engage in a sense of responsibility. Too often, quite a lot of them, if not the majority, go into the Democratic pipeline, though. That's the issue. Go into the NGOs, go into these places where you kind of either go to die, your spirit goes to die, or you're actively making shit worse. So I don't know, it's kind of it's always concerning with when they're that young and that politically engaged, right? Again, like Emma Vigeland being a prime example of that. I think she was the head of her political group in fucking high school, and it's it comes off more as careerist than anything. They end up being in charge of nonprofits and shit like that.
Allison calls for Congress to recognize Palestine as a state. Was there discussion about this? And talk about how big the DNC is, the Democratic National Committee. I don't think people realize we're talking about hundreds of people.
Yes, absolutely. So the DNC itself is roughly over 430 members. This is allocated proportionally based on the state. So as an example, I come from the state of Florida, where we have 11 members. There is also at-large appointments that the chair can make as well. So it's a generally decent-sized body. And what I think is really interesting is just that from all the different states, there's so many different people with different perspectives, different backgrounds. And overall, when we think about that big membership that comes together, there's a lot of different conversations that happen. But I will say, when you talk specifically about calling for a Palestinian state, I think that you can't have a conversation about a two-state solution when you're not recognizing Palestine. And I really wanted to highlight that there is a need for that, and that also this is not necessarily out of the norm. We're seeing so many other nations make this decision, make this call to really recognize Palestinian dignity. And I think that as Democrats, the party that has traditionally been for international law and human rights, this would be a step in the right direction. And I was proud to add that to the resolution.
And finally, go ahead, Juan.
Yeah, and what do you see is happening next now that there's this joint group that Martin has called for to meet on Gaza?
Yeah, so we don't have next steps just yet. As we mentioned, this was
Again, I try my best to be gracious, to be maybe that's not the right word, generous. I don't know. Just it all comes off like lip service if what you're saying fundamentally is well, we haven't done anything yet. It comes off performative.
a conversation that happened yesterday kind of right after the committee vote. And so I am really looking forward to how those conversations will go. I think that the conversation is too important to ignore. Something that I mentioned yesterday is it feels like the DNC is putting a comma in a conversation where voters have put a period, right? When we think about only 7% of Democrats supporting the current position, I don't think this conversation needed to be prolonged. However, we made a clear ask to Chair Martin as a coalition of co-sponsors that there can't be an end to that conversation today. So even by him pulling his resolution, by our resolution not proceeding forward, we thought that there was a clear, call to action there that we need to continue this conversation. And I will add too, something that will be happening today is that we are going to put this resolution for a vote on the full floor today by calling it into question yet again. And so I think that just shows that task force committee, we're going to keep continuing because Palestinian rights and dignity are just too important to ignore at a time like this. And we want the war in Gaza to end.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org.
So yeah, I thought that was a little like pathetic to say the least. Man. And I don't know, like, again, because I'm forced to kind of do the bureaucratic work. I forced myself to play this game. Being a union organizer. And it does make you more jaded, and it is very defeating. To me, I use that to fuel, my support and my belief in the need of the international colonized proletariat to take full control of everything. Todito, right? But I know that I'm not a true believer in the system that we're forced to play in. So I don't know how to accurately call these people out like her. Are you in on it? To just like Alejandro Ocasio-Cortez, are you in on it to trick us, to fool us into believing that, oh, we do shit the right way, change is gonna happen, it's just slow, don't listen to those lefties. They want everything now. They want that immediate gratification. We can't have that. But there's a process that we could take that will get us there. And it's like, bro, like, are you in on it? Like AOC? Or do you really believe in this? Because if you really believe in it, I'm a little bit more sympathetic to you because, like I said before, you're like believing in Santa Claus. And in that sense, if you truly believe in it and you're putting all this genuine hard work into bringing about change or something that you truly believe can bring change, then truly on the personal, I have to believe that you have a good heart. Your mind might be a little, like in the wrong place, but your heart is in the right place. So we could just help you out with the way that the world truly fucking works, because a lot of these, especially white people, are very nurtured, right? Then maybe we could use that heart and that willingness to do the fucking annoying work of like, hey, we got to come up with this. It's all about language. It's all about fucking language. Rubbing shoulders and fucking all that bureaucratic bullshit. There are some people that are really fucking good at it that we could use, that we will need. But it's hard to make that distinction of like, are you in on it as well? Are you trying to demonstrate? You're trying to put on a show that that there's hope within this, or have you yourself been misled and you're trying to do the best with your understanding of the world that you currently have? And if we can help expand that understanding of the world, and we can help you out from that fucking cave, we can show you what the shadows truly are, and get out completely, then you will be a person of value. But that's why it's almost pointless, or I don't know, pointless, but it's almost a waste of time to try and bring liberals to the left, and it's better use of our time to engage with those who aren't politically engaged or those who are quote unquote apolitical. I don't know. Yeah, and it could just be kabuki theater. Kind of similar on the same beat. But this made me laugh. Not for the reason that this asshole here, the smugness is surreal. I'll show you why right now. This is why.
Our national debt shot up significantly after 9/11, after we started invading countries in the Middle East.
I don't know how well you can hear that. It's coming out really, really low. I don't know why.
Our national debt shot up significantly after 9/11, after we started invading countries in the Middle East.
She said our national debt increased significantly after 9/11, after we started invading countries in the Middle East.
Look at a chart.
Now we're at 30.
In 2008,
we're spending hundreds of billions of dollars on Israel, on Ukraine. I mean, honestly, these foreign conflicts have a lot more to do with our national debt as opposed to us paying into social security.
And she says this idiotic thing. That it's these, foreign conflict, these foreign wars that are adding more to the national debt than essentially taking care of our own through social plans, like social safety nets, right? This is flat out wrong, but I don't understand why you would take this fucking approach, this argument that is factually incorrect. I don't know why she's doing this other than that Zog brain, that she truly believes that Zionists control the US, that it is the tail that wags the dog. Why would you say this? Like, why would you give them an easy fucking win like this?
Have a lot more to do with our national debt as
hell
opposed
they do
to
by
us
the numbers.
paying
That is just
into
untrue.
the social security
You think
system.
Israel is a bigger portion of our budget than Social Security, Medicare,
I think we
Medicaid?
spend way too much money.
Even what is this sellout's name? Oh, I just had it. Fucking shit. Wasn't he like a commie back in the day? But even his face is like, what the fuck are you doing? And what was his name? Shoot. But let's go back a little bit.
I think we spend way too much money on military aid for foreign countries.
You think
Absolutely.
Israel is more
Do
than
you
Social
think
Security?
that Social Security is more of an issue compared to how much money we just shell out for conflicts abroad?
As a matter of expenditures and math, yes.
Both entitlements and defense.
Yeah, I don't know why she would word it this way or phrase it like this. He was a Maoist. Yeah. What was his name though? Van Jones. Yeah, that's right. I just don't get why you would go with that approach. It's incorrect. Like, usually the approach people say is, hey, the Zionist entity is able to provide, socialized healthcare for their colonizers on our dime, basically, while our citizens, have to fucking pay a fucking leg just to go to the doctor and whatnot. That approach fucking works. I don't know why you would say that. It's so fucking annoying, right? Because that's the defense, and we saw it with Richie Torres talking to Adam Freeland, where, that's a big defense that these Zionist defenders use is, hey, like, it's just such a small part of the budget, the national debt. Like, why are you concerned about this? You must be anti-Semitic, right? That's the setup there. That because it's such a financially small, quote unquote, investment, the way the U.S. would see it. I just don't know why she would do that, and I do, and I'm biased, believe that it's a Zog brain that gets her to these dumbass fucking positions. Like, this is a win for these fuckers, for the Ben Shapiro's and Scott Jennings. And again, even Van Jones is like, what the fuck are you saying, bro? Like, this is just numerically, mathematically, numbers tell you you're fucking wrong. So why would you, did I miss it?
Israel is more
Do
than
you
Social
think
Security.
that Social Security is more of an issue compared
And she tries changing it to more of an issue. Dude, she's just such a fucking white woman, bro. I mean, she just went all in.
to how much money we just shell out for conflicts abroad?
As a matter of expenditures and math, yes.
both
Where did I miss it? His face was fucking killing me. Did I miss it that bad? Damn. Where are you, Van Jones? There we go. His face is like, bro, what the fuck are you saying? He's trying not to laugh completely at her. Yeah. But exactly, in Walker, who gives a fuck about the national debt? Well, genocide is being carried out. What if, Anna Kasparian, what if it was actually affordable? What if somebody brought forth the argument that's actually financially beneficial, which, I mean, you could with the GDP and the military-industrial complex and all that shit, to say that, no, actually aiding and funding the Zionist entity is financially beneficial or helps the national debt. It actually helps the national debt. Would you then fucking be okay with it? No, you would oppose it because it's about the lives being lost, not about the U.S. national fucking debt. But it is that fucking American-centric brain rot. But I truly believe it's because, like, she loves America and believes in Zog, believes in, you know, the Zionist own government, occupied government. Excuse me. But Van Jones couldn't even jump in to help her out because he was like, "Are you fucking stupid, bro?" Man. Zach M, you don't think Zog is holding us hostage with all things Middle East? I think the second uncritical support stops, all the U.S. Middle East imperial investment is immediately weaponized by Zionists against the U.S. Well, I mean, I think, first of all, I think you're using a watered down version of Zog, if anything, if I'm being charitable to your question here. Because Zog is talking about full fucking control. Full fucking control. Let me see if I should have changed something here. Hold on. Let me make sure this is correct. Okay, just wanted to check the chat that it was up to date. Zog means essentially that, like, Zionists have completely embedded themselves in the U.S. and that the U.S. would not be acting the way that it is if it wasn't for those, you know, secret or public Zionists in positions of power. That somehow the U.S. has been corrupted by Zionists, and if we could get rid of those Zionists, then the U.S. would act as a true righteous Christian nation. Remember, Zog is a white supremacist conspiracy theory in order to protect the WASP, the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant male, and now woman. So keep that in mind when we talk about Zog. Now, if you're asking, of course, that's politics. The second half of your question, or what I should say, is like your defense or your position, your argument for your position, excuse me. Yeah, that's politics. Oh, you wouldn't want, you know, something bad to happen around, you know, one of your military bases now, would you? Kind of like it's the, for Dr. West, for all his faults, the gangster criticism, or not criticism, gangster analogy is a good one, right? So yes, there would be consequences for troops and for some of the plans that the U.S. has in the region if they stop supporting the Zionist entity. But I would argue that a lot of these Muslim majority countries would jump at the opportunity to be perceived as being in solidarity with Palestinian people because they are facing a lot of, criticism and backlash from their own communities who are oppressed, their own citizens who are oppressed, for not combating the Zionist project. I don't know if I answered your question. My bad. I was a little bit all over the place. I had a few days off. I'm a little rusty. David Barnes, the Vanguard white men are starting to make some Zog talking points too. You know what it is? These aren't intelligent people. These aren't intelligent people. The Anarchisperians, the Nick Cruz from Revolutionary Blackout Network, the Vanguard, the white men, Zach and Gavin, they're not intelligent people, and they don't care to actually read shit that challenges their position. So it's a lot easier to start spewing out Zog propaganda, especially when you're white, and it helps protect you. Because always remember, Zog is about protecting the white man. Because they don't consider Jewish people white, because that's how fucking racist they are in Europe, right? And they spread that shit all over the globe. And so they're trying to avoid accountability and trying to uphold the myth of American exceptionalism that has been corrupted and misled by the Zionists. When in reality, it's literally because America is the way that it is, because it's the settler colonial empire, that it's invested. It sees the Zionist entity as an investment. They're not doing it out of ideology. They're not doing it because even white solidarity. They're doing it because they see an investment of having a foothold in that region. That's why Joe Biden said if Israel didn't exist, if it didn't exist, we would have to invent it. In other words, if the British wouldn't already had started that project of having a foothold, a European foothold in the quote-unquote Middle East, then it would have been up to the U.S. to have invent one, to have created it themselves. Instead, they took over a fucking, a property, settler colonial project. They took it over. They took the lease on. But yeah, this made me laugh that even he was like, what the fuck are you saying? Let me see how this looks for y'all. Is that better? Kind of, just a little bit. Let me see here. All right, I think that's good. I like it. They did a little bit more. All right, awesome. Oh, actually, I think the text format changes on here. Nope, we're solid. We're good. Well, no, Zog would not even be a symptom. Zog is an excuse. Zog is a legit conspiracy theory. Have Zionists embed themselves in the U.S. government? Yes. 100%. Because you're having these, between these fucking superpowers, you're always having this competition for information, right? And you're always trying to place yourself in order to know what's going on, in order to try and influence, the actions of other fucking world powers. That's always part of it. In fact, now you're making me remember, when I was younger, I kind of outgrew those young adult books fairly quickly and started reading like espionage stuff, and thankfully not for too long, because I was starting to like it a little too much, and I feel like that is one of the main ways to it's the old school way to get people, young men especially, to believe in damn, these guys are superheroes, right? Anywho, because I was thinking about the espionage kind of information wars. That's always there with all in every country. With all in every country, you have these kind of these, well, Hollywood presents as espionage wars. In reality, it's just very simple fucking basic stuff. you're not seeing these badass Mission Impossible missions going on. But it's always going to be there, and it works both ways. Like the U.S. has people within the Zionist entity, but more often than not, in fact, almost every single time, their interests align. Even if the show that we're getting presented is that it isn't, that is actually bothering Joe Biden, that is upsetting Donald Trump, they don't give a fuck. Because they know so much of it is just a performance piece. Zog is an excuse. Zog is a conspiracy theory created by white nationalists in order to allow them to pretend that the U.S. is righteous, is correct, is a good Christian white nation, and its leadership have been co-opted by the quote-unquote the Jew, right? Because they're Europeans, these white people are true anti-Semites, true anti-Semites. We might have some in the brown and the black communities, but we merely adopted anti-Semitism, right? They were fucking born in it. They were molded by it. That is part of what it means to be white, is to be anti-Semitic. And that's why the early Zionists were blunt about the anti-Semitism, because they knew that was a prerequisite to earn your whiteness, is to be anti-Semitic. They were self-hating, European Jews. So Zog is a conspiracy theory created by white nationalists to uphold and protect the idea of an American Christian nation, at its core being righteous, just being misled. Being misled. So I want to read this piece right here by Jeremy Scahill and Jawa Ahmad. Hamas to Trump. We are ready to release all Israeli captives in comprehensive ceasefire deal. I'm glad that they worded it as captives, because I'm sick and tired of always hearing hostage, hostage, hostage. We're done here. Yeah. Hamas political leadership is reaffirming its willingness to make a deal that would see all Israeli captives released immediately in return for a ceasefire agreement that would bring an end to Israel's genocidal war against the Palestinians of Gaza and withdrawal of Israeli troops. The movement reiterates its readiness to enter into a comprehensive deal under which all enemy prisoners held by the resistance will be released in exchange for an agreed upon number of Palestinian prisoners held by the occupation. Whenever, and I was arguing with somebody online about this, so I spent my fucking free time apparently. When they try to paint October 7th, Operation Alaska Flood, and I know I'm mispronouncing that, my bad. I try. As just kind of this act of revenge, bloodlust, that it actually, just Hamas wanted to like get some fucking bodies on the scoreboard and really, make the Zionist entity pay. It's like, no, motherfuckers. That is such a rudimentary Zionist propagandist view of it. It was a military operation. Yes, meant to hurt the Zionist entity, but its major objective was to obtain colonizers in order to gain a prisoner exchange, because of all the hostages, all the indigenous Palestinian hostages, that the Zionist entity just disappears into their fucking dungeons. Until this fucking day, Hamas, the Palestinian resistance forces, are still standing on that operation and saying, it's not just a ceasefire, it's not just the end to this genocide. It is the objective to have a prisoner exchange. The movement reiterates its readiness to enter into a comprehensive deal under which all enemy prisoners held by the resistance will be released in exchange for an agreed upon number of Palestinian prisoners held by the occupation. Hamas said in a statement on Wednesday night. The statement added that Hamas has made clear its willingness to relinquish governance of Gaza to pave the way for an independent national administration of technocrats to manage all Gaza Strip affairs and assume its responsibility immediately in all areas. And that makes me nervous. I've always laid the claim that Hamas and major figures in the Palestinian resistance forces understand that the Zionist entity will not compromise to certain things. So when they make certain compromises like this, I do believe they would take the deal. In the same way that I believe that, they were willing to finally allow the Great March of Return to happen, even though they knew what was going to occur, massacre Palestinian people, even when they were peacefully, engaging in resistance. In order to show the world and those Palestinian people that may question the tactics of Hamas and the Palestinian resistance forces, to be like, see, this is why we're doing things the way that we do it. Because we understand the Zionist entity completely, and we're engaging with them. We're combating them in every sense of the word. So we know them the best. So they knew, Hamas, Palestinian resistance forces know that the Zionist entity will never accept a two-state solution. They never will. They've known this. They've known this for so long. And that they're willing to say, all right, we are though. And I've never seen that as relinquishing or willing to sacrifice or compromise on liberating all of Palestine. I don't believe that's their intention. I don't believe that's in their heart. And maybe I'm romanticizing them. Maybe they are more practical. But I fundamentally know that the Zionist entity will never take that deal. And they have to know that as well. So even if they're putting it out there and saying, hey, this is what we're willing to sacrifice and compromise with, they know that fundamentally they're not compromising in their position, in their ideal, in their commitment to a completely free and liberated Palestine, because the Zionist entity will never take that deal. Because they're committed to greater Israel. They're committed to colonizing, as much land, definitely all of Palestine, but even beyond that, for their fucking Zionist state. It is manifest destiny. That's what they're in pursuit of, and will never stop until they achieve it, and they have to be stopped, right? Yeah, the soulless king, yes. The political and the military. I understand that, but I'm saying, again, the quote unquote true believer, right? And yes, they accepted in the meantime while refusing to recognize the entity. Exactly. They call it the entity. That's what I'm saying. Like, they're telling, if you know, I think, again, this is my belief, that if you know the Zionist entity for what it is, then you have to recognize that Hamas is doing this in order to demonstrate you cannot compromise with these fucking monsters. You cannot compromise with colonizers. Violet. It's like Coraline negotiating with the other mother. It's a great movie. All right. Okay, yes. Hamas' statement came hours after President Donald Trump posted a message on Truth Social. Tell Hamas to immediately give back all 20 hostages, not 2 or 5 or 7, and things will change rapidly. It will end, Trump wrote. Israel and the U.S. have both publicly dismissed the fact that on August 18, Hamas agreed to a 60-day ceasefire deal presented by regional mediator Egypt that featured sweeping concessions from Hamas. The document, obtained by DropSite, was endorsed by Hamas and a range of other Palestinian political parties and factions. The deal is a slightly modified version of the 13-point framework put forward by Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff and drafted in coordination with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's top aide Ron Dermer. The deal would have seen the release of 10 living Israeli captives half the number believed to remain in Gaza in a 50-day period. We say to President Trump, Hamas agreed on August 18 to the proposal put forward by the mediator, which is originally based on the Witkoff proposal. Netanyahu has yet to respond to it, said senior Hamas official Azad al-Rashid, a member of the group's political bureau. We have also expressed our readiness for a comprehensive deal in which all prisoners would be released in exchange for an agreed upon number of prisoners in the occupation's prisons, in a way that would achieve a ceasefire and a withdrawal of the occupation. Trump's post on social media came on a day when the Palestinian American businessman and unofficial Trump envoy in Gaza, negotiator Bashir Bava, claimed he had delivered to Hamas a new U.S. concept for a comprehensive deal involving the release of Israeli captives in exchange for the end of the war. When Hamas saw the president's tweet, they were convinced that this was official. Bava told Al-Ariba in an interview Wednesday evening, Hamas' reaction was almost immediate. They agreed to the deal. They want a comprehensive deal. Let's hand over all the hostages and receive a certain number of Palestinian prisoners in return, and at the same time, the war should end. From the early days of the war, Hamas has indicated it was open to a deal to release all Israeli captives. Most recently, in April, its negotiators formally presented a plan to mediate for a long-term truce that includes the immediate release of all Israelis held in Gaza. Israel rejected it. Hamas, Bava said, also wanted a commitment for Israel to withdraw from Gaza. In its statement Wednesday, saying it would accept a comprehensive deal, Hamas asserted this agreement will end the war on the Gaza Strip, lead to the withdrawal of all occupation forces from the entire Gaza Strip, open the crossing to allow the entry of all Gaza Strip's necessities, and begin the reconstruction process. Bava conceded that he could not guarantee that Israel will respect any agreement. I mean, it's just... And the media will help, like, lie to the world that it's not the Zionist entity. That's too sweet. Should have got another shot. That is not the Zionist entity who's always breaking these agreements. It's no different than the United States breaking every fucking treaty with the indigenous people here. It's no different than that. It's literally following the same fucking playbook. It's following the same playbook. Agree to something, give it enough time, go back on it, and then play the victim. The soulless king. I think they also see getting a Palestinian state in the meantime as a way of getting more military power for the continued decolonization fight and eventual victory. That could be part of it as well. The issue would be the Zionist entity would immediately create so many fucking false flag operations once the Palestinian state is recognized, or the partial Palestinian state is recognized, in order to go on a full-scale war. And now you don't have what they perceive as the excuse of Palestinians not having an official military. Now they can lay claim that, well, now it's a fair fight, right? Now they'll be able to use that excuse. Where I think because of international law, if the Palestinian partial state, the compromised state of Palestine, and they were to engage or respond to a war with the Zionist entity, the international body will certainly wake up and not allow them to reobtain that land by any means or any regard or any situation. They would be denied the opportunity to regain that land and make it officially Palestine. That would be my long-term concern with that. if I explain myself. Let's see. David Barnes and Red Lips out here saying a decolonized Palestine is a pipe dream. It is not helping for the long-term goal, a true free decolonized Palestine. But that would require the end of the Zionist entity, right? That would require the end of the Zionist entity. Toribio, I cannot imagine the pressure these Palestinian leaders are under, having to negotiate with these monsters while trying to combat them. How do you even begin to do it? Yeah, they're built different. Yep. Boatran, I genuinely am not just plain devil's advocate, but I do wonder how any group can coexist with the colonizer, in particular when one facet of reality that's evident here is the power dynamics. Yeah, it just wouldn't work. It just wouldn't work. Even a single state where Zionists or colonizers are allowed to maintain any political power, allowed to maintain control over resources, you're going to end up with still a neo-colonized state like we see in South Africa. What I know is that the American side has increased its involvement in this process, and naturally, it all comes back to an amount of pressure on Israel to strike any deal. Without American pressure, nothing will happen. And nothing did happen because Biden wasn't applying that pressure because he was in agreement. He was consenting to everything that the Zionist entity was doing. And that's why we say that the Biden-Harris, regime are genocidal. And Radlib after Radlib would have voted for Joe Biden, did vote for Kamala Harris, all in the name of normalizing genocide, as long as Democrats do it. Violet, let's go with cancer, because things always get messy when you start calling people, essentially animals. What's on the table now is an American offer. Is America ready to clash with Israel to implement this American vision or not? I don't know. The president wants to end the war in Gaza. President Trump wants to end the war in Gaza. And that I disagree. He doesn't fucking care. If Adelstein if she's happy, if he's promised enough of the spoils of that genocide, Trump's going to hold out because there is no pressure on him from his base. There is no pressure from him from, people within his political party, and the Democratic Party is aligned with the Zionist entity as well. So there's no pressure coming at Donald Trump to try and bring this to an end. It's all lip service. Claiming that he was anti-war is just utter bullshit. So unfortunately, I don't see why they would change anything from what the Joe Biden administration was doing. That's what I always feared, Justin Bent. I don't like to really vocalize this too often, but I have in the past. But Justin Bent says the colonizer will literally kill themselves and others trying to maintain their positions of power over the indigenous population. And my concern has always been that the Zionist entity would rather just hit the big red button instead of accepting defeat. Barba said, cooperating with the administration means that when they show interest in a specific issue, you close it as quickly as possible. He credited Hamas for what he said was a quick response that was rational and reasonable. Pressed on what Witkoff said when Badbad relayed Hamas' reaction to the U.S. proposal, Badbad said the response was, "This is a positive thing. Let's finish the process. No details of what the new U.S. proposal entails have yet been made public." In an interview with Dropside on August 12th, senior Hamas official Basim Naim said that the movement's message to Trump was that Hamas was prepared to make a fair deal and was open to either a phased or a comprehensive agreement. "I think there is a great political opportunity today," Naim said. "The president, if he's serious about his promise during the campaign, he has a chance to do it once and forever." He wasn't serious. It was just for his base to continue, allow them to believe that the Republican Party is now an anti-war party. And then liberals cry that the Democratic Party stopped being anti-war, which is, it never was anti-war, so I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. But it's all in order to have these Republican and Democratic voters believing that their party is opposed to war, or they only carry out war and violence in a rational and necessary fashion. Because we always have to be the fucking heroes. We're always the fucking heroes. Man. Now, one thing that I do hear from these like Zionist, either Zionists themselves or Zionist supporters, those creating excuses for the Zionist entity, is, oh, well, Palestinians, they say Hamas, but what they mean is Palestinians, are in no position to compromise if they want the genocide to end. So just release all the hostages. Like, you don't have a say. In other words, they're, even without knowing it, and I think a lot of them do know it or realize this, what they're actually doing is they're justifying or rewarding genocide as an appropriate response. And that if somebody is able to carry out a genocide against you, then you should be willing to do anything and everything to plead for an end to it without requesting anything in return. Meaning the person or the entity that carries out a genocide is rewarded at the end. That genocide is the appropriate response, and genocide should occur if you want everything to be in your favor. Kinachal, I'm behind, but lands from the serfs, said he is indigenous. I don't know if he identifies as First Nations. I know he has said that his mother is. I don't know if he identifies as First Nations. I see him and that's a white man. Fucking acts like a white man, so to me, he's a white man. If he identifies as First Nations, I'll acknowledge that. I'll recognize that. And I'll call him a white man who is First Nations. Is that allowed? Is that fair? It is a little bit different up there, not gonna lie. Because, over here, like, if you look like a fucking Spaniard, I don't know what to tell you. Zeros, deculturation. You're an alien from Jupiter. You see and review the entire history of the Israel-Palestine conflict to date. How do you see this ending? Not how you would like it to end. I don't fucking know. What the fuck? I mean, I'm not a debate bro. Like, I don't really do these hypothetical. Like, I don't, like, I understand the, like, the need, the want. Essentially what you're asking is, what is your unbiased opinion on the practical and most realistic end to this? That's what you're asking, right? Forget the alien stuff, forget the Jupiter stuff. It's, you're asking what is the most likely outcome? And for me, that is engaging in settler realism. Settler realism is the inception, the complete, indoctrination that settler colonialism is just part of reality. And it makes it so that it's easier for us to accept the complete extermination of the indigenous people than it is for us to imagine the complete destruction of the settler colonial project. And for that reason, I don't like engaging in that. What is the most practical solution? What do you think is more than likely to happen? Because one, we don't know. We can't know. Nobody would have predicted October 7th when it happened. Sure, people could have said, at some point there's going to be a boiling point and there's going to be an attack against the Zionist entity. Sure. But even Norman Finkelstein, the great white savior himself, even he was like, yeah, like I'm moving on with my life. I'm giving up on this. And then October 7th happens. And he goes, oh shit, I don't have to cash in on this reactionary anti-woke move. I'm going to have the attention. I'm going to have the spotlight again. I'm going to be able to speak for and over Palestinians, which is what he loves to do. So it is pointless to be like, how do you think this is going to end? When you're trying to be quote unquote objective. Would anybody have predicted the Vietnamese defeating the French? Would anybody had predicted the Vietnamese beating the US? No, absolutely not. Whether you're an alien or not. So I don't think it's fair for the Palestinian fighters, for the Palestinian people, to be like, oh, what's the practical solution? What is the most likely outcome? Because at the end, the outcome that we want, the outcome that is deserved and just, is a free and liberated Palestine. Yep, exactly. We accept settler realism, we accept capitalist realism, then we are literally done for. In that case, we might as well be fucking rad libs. This is Deculturation. You could also find this on Deculturation Live, where the live streams stay up. If you're new here, go ahead and hit the like, subscribe. If you're sick and tired of hearing the same bland, tasteless, flavorless, white, rich, rat lip takes like those from Lance from the Serfs, like those from Sam Cedar and Emma Vigeland, like those from Hassan Piker. The best character played by a bro. Super chats are turned on. Y'all know I'm so awkward about that. Let's keep it pushing. Diana Batu, a lawyer who has served as an advisor to Palestinian negotiators in previous deals, said that Hamas officials are operating in unprecedented diplomatic territory as they seek to reach an agreement with an adversary that constantly shifts the goalposts while simultaneously waging an offensive war of annihilation against their people. And that's literally the thing. Like, all these negotiating with the settler colonial project is a fruitless effort, because they truly believe, let's remove the theological aspect, they believe that God promised them this land, whatever, right? Because Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't need to believe in that. He doesn't need to have faith in that in order to carry out all the destruction and bloodshed that he's doing, because fundamentally he wants power. And I don't think that most of these fucking monsters believe in anything other than self-preservation and power, control, right? So with that in mind, they believe that they're in the correct. They believe they have the power. They believe they have the winning hand. And they want this to continue because they believe that this is a path to total victory. With that in mind, they're going to continue to lie and switch shit up last minute to get more and more in their favor, but fundamentally, so the deal does not go through, and they're not forced to pretend to uphold this for any length of time. The idea that Palestinians have to negotiate an end to genocide is so repugnant, Hutu told Dropsite. If you look at any other genocide, there's never been a situation where those who are being slaughtered had to negotiate with the people who are slaughtering them to put an end to the genocide, she said. The fact that they've been put in this position is absolutely horrendous. And this is what I was mentioning earlier. Just by simply this argument that I hear from a lot of liberals that are, aligning with Zionism or Zionists themselves, that Hamas should just release all the prisoners, that they want this to end, is rewarding genocide. And you could make that same argument for even forcing Palestinians, forcing Hamas to negotiate with the Zionist entity committing a genocide, force them to negotiate, is also justifying and normalizing genocide as a response to indigenous resistance. Hamas negotiators, Buttigieg maintained, have shown levels of flexibility to accept proposal after proposal after proposal, despite the vagueness that's embedded in each one of these proposals. The offers Hamas has made for the comprehensive deal, according to which it would release all remaining Israeli captives, comes with a great risk, because the only force capable of preventing Israel from resuming the genocide would be its premier sponsor, the US. And that's the issue. Who holds? I mean, even now, the US is allowing and aiding, not just allowing, not just protecting, but materially aiding in the genocide of Palestinians through the Zionist entity. Because the hostages truly mean nothing to the Zionist entity. The Hannibal Directive confirms that. They're willing to sacrifice, colonizers, settlers, because they know they can always get more, either by birthing them or through I forget what they call it. Oh shit, what do they call it? When they go out to reconnect with their indigenous homeland. It's fucking insane indigenismo bullshit. Damn, I got so much to cover and I got like a little headache going on, I'm not gonna lie. The time difference wasn't the issue, it was the lack of sleep. And I don't sleep on planes. I don't sleep in cars and I don't sleep in planes. I can't. Birthright. Thank you so much, CFTP. It was birthright. I mean, funny enough, this is why I will never accept the fact that Hassan Piker was unaware that Ethan Klein and Gila were Zionists. Pushing, IDF on Jewish people who are doing birthright is a tactic of the Zionist entity to increase their population in the area. Oh, now you have to stay here because the love of your life is here. Oh, you gotta have kids, and so now you establish another colonizer family in the area. And the defense that Ethan used, in defending his IOF wife was like, hey, she left. Isn't that what y'all want? And it's like, yeah, but we also want her accountable for her crimes against Palestinians, her complicity in the Zionist entity, and you went from one settler colonial project to a fucking another. So we also have to acknowledge that. Bao Antran, thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate it. We have slightly different frames, but appreciate you being out here opening sorry, tributaries of thought for folks. I appreciate that so much, and thank you. I know we're all, financially struggling here. I don't think that I'm ever gonna have a chat where we have big spenders, but I do appreciate any and all support. You know, I'm awkward. I don't know how long it's gonna take me not to be awkward with this. But thank you so much. It really does help. I'm not gonna lie. I want to invest more time in making these edited videos because it literally helped me get to a point where, and the super chats helped me too. It all helps to where I'm like catching up with my overdue fucking student loan payments. Don't think that this is going for any fucking bougie activities. It's you know what I mean? So I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Peace out. Have a good day. Let's see. Yeah. Don't put that shit on the chat, and Walker. Come on. That's ridiculous. That is so ridiculous. So one thing I've been waiting for somebody to do is compare that opportunist, that sex tourist, to Angles, because Angles was rich as fuck, and I and he was a bougie ass motherfucker, right? He would go out like to a what's the not a winery, what do you call that, like a vineyard. He would go out to a vineyard and drink his favorite wines and all that shit, like bougie ass motherfucker. But he was also like active, like not just writing theory, but active in like he would get busy in direct action. What did I study? I'm not gonna say it because I think it's so obnoxious that so many fucking white people on here, these quote unquote bread tubers or whatever, study the same shit, but they've used it to be like, well, I study so and so, so I know what I'm talking about. And I think it's the easiest fucking degree to get. It's why I got it. But more importantly, I got it because I thought I was gonna go for a master's or doctorates in that field because I wanted to teach. Like I wanted to teach. And then COVID happened. Because you have to understand, I spent like 5 years in community college because I didn't know what I wanted to do. I just knew that I had to, like, you know, that first generation guilt where I was working and being like, well, I got to do more for the sacrifices of, you know, my family members that got me here. And but I didn't know what that was, so I spent 5 years, finally found something. Kind of regret it now. I wish I would have. Anywho, so because of that, I have student loans, and I will be applying to a master's program in October again. I'm cool if I don't get accepted. It is for something different than what my bachelor's is for. I have mixed feelings about it. I'm not gonna lie, but I also understand that as much as I love working where I'm at right now in terms of the union work that I'm doing, my goal is the volunteer work that I do. To do that, you know, full time, and to do my best to help kids, you know, suffering under the immigration process. That's the goal. So yeah. Sorry, I didn't answer your question directly, but it's just so fucking embarrassing. I've heard it like used before against, like, in arguments or to support some type of like appeal to authority type shit, and I know for a fact that getting a bachelor's, the one that I got, is stupid fucking easy. All right. All right, where we at? For these Palestinian negotiators, they're looking at it from the perspective of what guarantees do we have that if the captives are returned all at once, that there isn't going to be a further flattening of Gaza. And then we have absolutely nothing in our hands to be able to negotiate with. Those fears are legitimate. I mean, yeah, because even now with the hostages, the Zionist entity is allowed to do everything and anything, including carry out a genocide. The Israelis have spun this narrative that it's all about the captives when we know that it's not about the captives. Because if it were, then there would have been a deal on the table from the first week. We know that this is about genocide and giving a pretext to genocide. And so the fear is that if they're all released in one go, then that pretext doesn't somehow go away. It just continues because Israel would turn it into something else. And that's what they do every single time. Chitty Matcha, appreciate it so much for the super chat. Appreciate your voice in solidarity out on the West Coast. We need the revolution so we can all stop paying these student loans for knowledge that should be free. 100%. Absolutely. And thank you so much for the super chat. Again, super chats are great. I know we're all struggling out here. I know we're all working. It's difficult. So any and all support is appreciated. Thank you, Chitty Matcha. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's especially being first generation, you're really pressured and you yourself buy into the fact that, well, if I go to college, it'll be fine. And I don't regret going to college. If anything, I regret not being part of an academy in high school and getting some type of like work certification. But even then, like, it's funny to me because it's like, anyhow, I'm grateful. I've met some great people. Not a lot, just because I don't know, like maybe it's different when you like live on campus or go to like an actual like UC or something. But community college, 5 years, met a handful of people that were amazing, and then at a Cal State for 2, met some cool people too. But it definitely wasn't like the cliche like dormitory kind of like friendships being built. But yes. Oh, somebody asked, is there an Eduardo in here that asked a question? Yeah, I must have missed the question. I'm assuming it's if I had an interview with somebody, because Eduardo. Let's see. Yeah, straight full ride to Harvard. Yeah. Without even applying. They looked for me. They recruited me. Sweeter than anything, at Eduardo's. He's had a few like Dr. Jared Ball and FD Signifier. I'm assuming Eduardo asked if I put for the super chat, I put live chat, so I'm not sure what I missed there in the chat. Some person, when you are raised by immigrants, I feel like college is always there as what you should do if you're a good kid. That's how my wife and I felt. Like we couldn't imagine not going to college. Yep. Yeah. The guilt in that regard is so real. Again, I don't regret it. I'm grateful for the opportunity. It's a fucking privilege. It's definitely a privilege. And some days I'm full of regret that I didn't lock in on my education more because of those sacrifices. But at the same time, somehow I ended up here, and still a clean record, still no kids. So, I didn't fuck up that bad, and those that do have children and those young and those who do have a record, you can always turn it around. So it's like, fuck it. But yeah, it's definitely pressure put upon you, especially when you're the oldest. Fucking A. That firstborn shit is no joke. Where are we at? While Hamas officials continue to maintain contact with Badba, several Palestinians close to the negotiations have told Dropsite that they are skeptical Badba's claims carry actual weight, saying that he has previously given the movement assurance about Trump's administration's promises that have turned out to be false, or that the U.S. ultimately reneged on them. Most prominent among these were the direct negotiations with the U.S. to release Israeli-American soldier Adnan Alexander in May. At the time, senior Hamas officials told Dropsite that Trump's envoys assured Hamas that in return for Alexander's release, the U.S. would compel Israel to lift the Gaza blockade and allow humanitarian aid to the entire territory. Badba, according to the Hamas official, told the group that Witkoff also promised that Trump would make a public call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and for negotiations aimed at achieving a permanent ceasefire. None of that happened. And yet Hamas is forced to continue to negotiate both for the Palestinian people in Gaza that are experiencing a genocide, but also in order to demonstrate to the rest of the world, like, hey, like, we are trying to negotiate. We are trying to bring an end to this genocide. And it's forever going to be in the history books that the Zionist entity and the U.S. were unwilling to even engage honestly in negotiations in order to stop the genocide, because their objective is the extermination of the Palestinian, of the indigenous people, in order to allow the Zionist entity to control that land and beyond. Sweeter than anything, they asked if you'll have guests in future streams. Yes, I'm still trying to get with Mtume. So I really want to go over fucking Sicario. I've I've had conversations with Renee. Unfortunately, I work Saturdays, so I can't make it to Saturdays, but with Renee. So I want to work something out, but Renee is one of those people where I'm like, it's so intimidating, because she is so detail oriented that, when you're like me and I'm very broad, I'm very, 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 I give you like kind of like the general thoughts, but Renee is somebody that's like, gives you dates, times, and this, and like really gets into like, I'm sure her annotations and her, her notes are something to behold. So when it's something like that, I need to know what the topic is, and I know that I need to like lock in and really fucking grind it out in order to be able to keep up in that conversation. Whereas with other people who are more talented than me, who are more knowledgeable overall, but like their delivery is a little bit different, a little bit broad as well, I feel more comfortable just being able to have a conversation back and forth. Renee is like fucking like, I can't, obviously I'm not going to share what we've talked about, but Renee is intimidating. You know what I mean? So it's people have demonstrated their insecurities towards Renee's skills in very different ways, and it's humorous, because again, I'm trying to be respectful of private conversations, but which is funny because prior to the conversation, I would have been more blunt about this, but I want to be respectful. It's telling. It is telling that more people don't embrace conversations with Renee, because that's what we want. That's what we need. We need those people that man, like Renee gives me fucking like detective vibes. You know what I mean? Like we need like a noir fucking story for Renee. Man, that'd be dope. That'd be cool. My mind always goes to fucking comics though, But yes, if you haven't already, That's such a catchy tune. Also, the Saturdays with Renee. I don't even know who I'm subscribed to. Yeah, they just had their 100th episode. Let's see. So cool, so cool. Let's see.
In Israel, whose name is also Jared, and so I got a good chuckle out of it.
I didn't see the.
So it's her show with Dr. Ball co-hosting. Great dynamic. They have guests on. This was their 100th episode, so it's a little bit different. I was able to catch some of this live, so that was dope. That was cool. You know me, I immediately had to start like making jokes and such because I can't take anything serious. I don't know where I'm at right here, but I do think it was like later on towards the end because I did tease them for they went, oh yeah, it was right before Gipper, so that I remember. But anywho, yeah, like this was one of their longer streams. Usually they're a little bit shorter than this. Correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, but yeah, check them out if you haven't. Always subscribe to Black Liberation Media. This is my second channel, so I never use this one. That's why I wasn't subscribed, but I'll subscribe again and I'll hit like again. But yeah, again, congratulations to hitting the. Oh, it's right there. That's funny. The 100th episode is crazy, man. Like, there you go. I put 2 hours in. Who are these young streamers? And they went on for like a good another what is that, like another 15-16 minutes after that. So yeah, definitely need to talk to Renee at some point. Got to make that one happen. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, I am very look, I hate always relating things to martial arts, but you want to be in a gym, in a dojo, whatever the fuck you want to call it, where you get nervous to go to spar, right? I remember I was training. Well, I don't want to give too much information, but one of the coaches there was a UFC fighter. The main coach of that area ended up leaving because he literally, like, a former UFC champion told him, like, no, like, I need you here in my state. You're gonna, like, I want you to be the head coach for my gym. And so I've had the opportunity to train with like really fucking good people, and it just perks of being in Southern California as well. And I would get so fucking nervous going to go spar. For sparring days, I would get so fucking nervous just driving there, like palms are sweaty, like and I would like, why did I do this? Why am I doing this to myself? What the fuck? Get there, have a great, if I had the privileged benefit of having really solid training partners throughout all the gyms I've been at, and some are better than most, but for the most part, I haven't run into too many assholes. And although they're always there for sure. And I would leave and I'd be so happy because I was like, man, I really got to train with great fucking people, but I would get nervous. I would get sweaty. I would, mom spaghetti and all that. So this is like the intellectual version of that, where I'm like, fuck, like, am I really going to have this? Am I really going to talk to somebody for, like, let's say an hour that is so intelligent and so well-versed and so, again, the detail-oriented stuff is what kills me, to where, like, people are going to realize what a fucking fraud I am and how stupid I am and how uneducated I am, And so it forces you to get better and be more diligent and to step up. And with martial arts, it's the same thing. Like, if you're around fucking killers, you're gonna learn how to fucking keep your hands up. You're gonna learn about, footwork. You're gonna invest in your cardio, right? It forces you to do that. So I'm very honored and fucking privileged, and I feel so fucking grateful. And it's surreal to me still that I'm able to have conversations with Dr. Paul, Mtume, soon Renee, publicly, So again, I'm grateful for them, and I appreciate their time. And the last thing I want to do is waste a minute of theirs, because what they do is so crucial and fundamental. Let's see. Amira, you shouldn't be intimidated. This is a collective. You bring your own strengths. Yeah, I'm telling you. So I just have, I don't know. I think I blame martial arts for some good things and bad things about the way I worldview. I've been on Black Liberation Media, yeah, and then Dr. Ball has posted our conversation on I Mix What I Like. Some person. Yipper, because you stay active on the chat, Yipper. Zeros, have you ever vomited before or after sparring / rolling? No, I'm pretty good at not eating too heavy before training, and sometimes that's to my detriment, because then you don't have fuel in the tank for that. I've almost passed out a few times from overtraining. I've literally had to crawl out one time because it was so hot and I was so out of shape, and it was, you know, kind of, I was coming back to martial arts. I literally crawled out, hands and knees, crawled out to get fresh air, and just like slumped over, laid, like just trying to breathe. That's how bad it was. I fucking love it. Fuck, there's nothing like it. And people wonder why I get bored going to the gym and just lifting weights. I'm like, bro, like, can't fucking compare it. But that was especially difficult because I was learning how to kick differently. So it was a lot more stressful on my body trying to like force a different movement. And my cardio was non-existent at that time. Yeah, overheated. Yeah, that'll do it to you too. Right now I'm just training Muay Thai, and I actually found out right now that since I got back from my trip, I was really excited to two things. For Friday sparring, that got canceled. Then I was excited for Saturday because Saturday's all day open mat sparring. I was super excited for that. I'm always working, and I have the day off tomorrow, so I was gonna go to that. But then I forgot that the first Saturday of the month is always all women sparring day, which I love that my gym has that. Like it's so cool. It really gives you know, women this space to where, because they post stuff afterwards, and like, man, it's so like badass to see that like straight fucking killers having a space, you know, and time for themselves. That's awesome, because it's such a male dominated like space that it's the first gym I've been at where they go out of their way to make sure and highlight and address, you know, women. So that's I feel very fortunate to be in this gym. But yeah, I do Muay Thai. All right. Merrick. It was wild seeing, it was wild seeing the majority report and old clips make the exact same mistakes 10 years later. It's almost like they weren't, or they're not mistakes. It's almost like they financially benefit from maintaining the status quo. It is almost as if these people are fucking opportunists. It's crazy because like you know, you do something for 10 years. You should be growing. You should be advancing in your way of thinking. Your approach should progress, right? And yet 10 years go by and you're still preaching the same fruitless bullshit. And you know, David reached out. Thank you, David, for reaching out. on Twitter. Go ahead and check out my Instagram, check out my Twitter. It's all deculturation. My TikTok too. I need to start posting. I'm gonna start posting. Since I won't be able to go train tomorrow, that's something I'm gonna focus on is start posting more things on these social media platforms. But David brought something up to my attention that I had seen previously and kind of dismissed it. I laughed it off because I'm like, this is too fucking ridiculous. In an interview that Sam Cedar was conducting, he brought up his conversation with Glenn Ford. I can't remember the date of that interview, so I don't know if it happened right around the time that I had the conversation with Dr. Ball, but I would not be the least surprised if Sam Cedar had seen that conversation and Dr. Ball and I just laughing at his Democratic Party fucking shilling for like a decade. And since I had some downtime waiting for the flight, I was like deleting a bunch of old photos and stuff like that from my phone. And as I'm going through stuff, I found the screenshot of Sam Cedar following me on Twitter, and it had me fucking dying because I look at the date and I'm like, bro, I did not even have 1,000 fucking subscribers on YouTube, and I don't even have 1,000 followers now on Twitter. So how he fucking found my Twitter account when all I've ever done is talk shit about him, I don't know, especially when he's somebody that likes to pretend that he's not like really engaged in social media. And it's just fucking hilarious to me. Because I'm like, you're such a fucking fraud. And it's the pretentious nature of liberals to pretend that they're above it all. Fucking morons. Am I gonna find it right now? No, I would have to. I don't think I took like a. I just laughed at it and kept pushing. I don't think I should have favored it or something. Oh, here it is. I don't know if you're gonna be able to see it on camera though. Yeah, you're not. But yeah, I just screenshot it because I was like, this is fucking stupid. But yeah, it just made me laugh, bro. I'm like, bro, what the fuck is your problem, bro? Dude's a fucking weirdo. Damn, man. Walker had 10K followers on TikTok. You weren't making that money on there or what? Especially because I think TikTok before everything was a little bit better, no? I'll be in. Yeah, because I was just going with Merrick, huh? I'll be in. I'll try to remember that. I'm so bad with names. But that is also badass last name, so. The Jamin. What's going on? What did he say? No, he just followed me. He didn't even fucking message me or say anything. He just started following me, and I'm like, even now on Twitter, I have like fucking. And my criticism of that conversation with Richie Torres and the liberal Zionist Adam Freeland added some followers, but like I have barely like 700 followers on Twitter. When he followed me, I had barely probably like what, like 200-300. So that's what I'm saying. Like, dude's a fucking weirdo. But he knows who I am. He brought me up when he was talking to Hassan when he was explaining how he's like an anti-Zionist. So like, fuck that fool, bro. I'm drinking. It's a little scary when you're drinking something, then you gotta suddenly chew. You're like, wait, what the fuck? And I don't even want to think about it. Wait, what? And Walker, Canadian, don't got that creator fun shit. Besides, I kept getting banned anyways. Oh, so it's like a regional thing. They won't like. Wow, that sucks. I'm sorry. Because if you had 10K and you know how you are in the chat, I assume you were putting on fucking really, really informative stuff. Or find out Ann Walker was just posting fucking cat videos on TikTok. Also, I left the space on there. It's toxic as fuck. Do nothing. What's a waste of time? Yeah. No, I feel that. I feel that. Oh, I always said like jamin, but yes, because if I read it in Spanish, I want to say jamon. I don't want to be disrespectful. That's why I never said it that way. Like the jamon, which jamon is ham is it's pork, right? Yeah, ham. Yeah, no, I appreciate you. And it was Albion. Right, it was Albion, right? Let me double check. Yeah, Albion. But you did mention my local org are all liberal. Eventually, I just felt like we were getting nowhere. Is it good to start another org? It's a lot of responsibility. I would say do your best to, find somebody that will hold you accountable. I always fear like the cultiness of it all, of starting an organization yourself, like being a founder. Do your best to set out guidelines where you can be called out as well, like if you ever overstep. Look, the jamon, you gave me free range. You said I don't mind it being pronounced that way. To be honest, it's not my name anyways. Okay. I'm calling you that because it's just fucking funny. For whatever reason, I'm one of the few fucking brown streamers in this space, so thank you for allowing me to yeah, no, it's jamon from now on. Well, that's the one thing, you work with enough Mexicans, you realize you're gonna end up with a nickname real fucking quick. But this is just preferred pronunciation. And Amira brought it up. So, there we go. All right. The jamon. Yeah, we'll just knock out this section here. Israeli officials who do not often directly respond to specific points from Hamas public statements rushed to announce the Islamic resistance movement public offer to enter into a comprehensive U.S. initiated deal following Trump's social media post. Unfortunately, this is more spin by Hamas that has nothing new. Netanyahu's office asserted in a statement Wednesday night, adding that Israel would only end the war if all captives were released. Gaza was entirely demilitarized and Israel has security control in the Strip. Israeli finance minister and members of Israel's war cabinet, Basil Smotrich, refer to this as long-term Israeli freedom of action in the Strip. And essentially, they want to occupy the Gaza Strip. Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, responded to Hamas' statement by repeating his threat to enact the wholesale destruction of Gaza City. This is who he's negotiating with. Hamas continues to deceive and issue empty words, but it will soon understand that it must choose between two options: accepting Israel's conditions to end the war, first and foremost, the release of all hostages and disarmament, or Gaza City will become like Rafah and Beit Hanan. The IDF is fully prepared. Al-Rashid, the senior Hamas official, said, "We affirm that Netanyahu is the real obstacle to any prisoner exchange deal and a ceasefire. He wants a war with no end." Yep. That's exactly correct. And this is who they want this week they're forced to negotiate with, or else it's Hamas that is a problem. Because this all started on October 7th. Remember, the Zionists have never harmed any Palestinian until they were forced to do so on October 7th, following October 7th for the first time ever in recorded history. The foolishness of it all. Man. Let me check on my dog, use the bathroom real quick. Let me post something up here. Where we at?
After I got back.
Definitely don't want to listen to anything this motherfucker has to say. It always changes it to that. It's funny as fuck. Is this good? I think I could post this, right? I don't think he'll get
What's
mad.
up, world? Welcome back to our
All right.
Perspective would be. And then
the best outcome for a left perspective would be for there to be a left that acts like it's alive. The worst outcome from a left perspective is for the left to remain quiescent, dormant, looking quite dead. That would be the best outcome. What happens in the future will depend upon resistance to these two corporate parties. Nothing good comes out of either one of these formations, which answer to the same corporate masters.
Well, now from my perspective, just observing what has taken place over the past decade, let's say, that one of the things that I found during the Bush, or that I have sort of come to perceive in retrospect during the Bush administration, was that the left, in some ways, was subsumed by subsumed in some ways by sort of partisan opposition. And one of the things that I think that the Obama presidency has done is to at least stake out what is a genuine left position versus what is a partisan position. And frankly,
you mean an anti-war movement as opposed to an anti-Republican war movement? Is that what you
indeed,
mean?
and I'm and both also on and particularly on economic terms. I mean, the most relevant arguments I've had about why Social Security should not be cut have been with people who 6 years ago we were both arguing against President Bush's attempt to cut Social Security, to privatize it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm curious as to your perspective on that.
Well, there is no question that broadly speaking, the Occupy movement changed the conversation. That is, we had Obama and his Democrats speaking austerity, and of course the Republicans speaking austerity. And the voice that interrupted that dialogue of the same was the Occupy movement. And you are correct. For that kind of principled kind of dissent to arise under a Democratic administration, as not masking itself as something else under Republicans, and not a move on kind of opposition that gets torn down and dismantled as soon as the Democrats in power. That is a good thing. That is cause for hope. Let's get some more of the same. You seem to be saying then that the best chemistry for that kind of actual principled opposition is under a Democrat as opposed to a Republican?
I mean, I tend to believe that. I mean, because I saw 8 years of Bush, and the choices we had at the end of the day, essentially, in terms of by the time we get to January in the primary in 2000, I guess 8, is Edwards, Clinton, and Obama. Now, I was an Edwards supporter at that time, and he didn't make it past, I think it was January or February, and putting aside the implications of what would have come about had he made it beyond that, the choice, it seems to me that this rightward lurch, and to be sure, it wasn't just under it was handmaiden by Clinton and of course
who you also
Reagan,
told us
and
to
even
vote for.
Arguably Carter before that. Delivered us essentially a corporatist who was perceived because of both, I think, his profile and some of his pronouncements to be a at least semi-populist savior. My fear is that under, contrary to an argument that I see out there by some, I'm not saying you're making this argument, is that 4 years of Romney will somehow bring about a more vigorous left in this country. And my experience has been it was the opposite.
Oh,
Sorry, just real quick. Sam Cedar also still holds a grudge against Ralph Nader. So it's like,
of course. And then, of course, we saw.
What?
Yeah, no. Of course, it's all Nader's fault. But of course, the 8 years of Obama demonstrated that the anti-war movement was neutered while he was in office. So this idea that Sam Cedar is defending is. But again, the point is to frame Glenn and others like him as, oh, you're telling us to have a Republican be in office, and that would be better. You think it would be better under Trump? That's why, look at what we have now. That's the whole point of the tactic here. It's
always that.
irritating.
It's always, oh, you rather Romney? Oh, you rather Trump? And it's like,
and that's why I liked a few minutes ago when Glenn brilliantly did so what are you trying to draw the distinction between an anti-war left and an anti-war Republican left? Like, like which is the what are we? We're only anti-war when it's Republicans? Oh, okay. All right.
Exactly. And Obama, so grateful for that conversation. And that part of it too was not planned. It's not pre-planned. It was just, it was so like, I don't know, like if I was so lucky that Dr. Ball hadn't seen that yet, because that was an awesome experience. Like that is like, man, if we had some drinks during that, I'm sure it would have gone off the rails even hard. Okay. This, like I said, I want to do my part in focusing a little bit more in just the LA area in general. And I really, really, The Intercept, for, the criticism that we have of it. I was glad that they did this piece. Like I said, I have not had the opportunity to work alongside with volunteer for Unión del Barrio, but I've seen them. I know of them. They've been doing great fucking work for a good little while. So for a good while, I should say. Let's get to it.
Right here. ICE agents have been around all over Southern California. This weekend was marked with absolute violence.
I'm tired of you taking our children! I'm tired of you taking our parents!
We are tired, sick and tired of these attacks that are dividing and separating our families. What the state fears the most is organization. I don't mean an organization, but the concept of organization. People, the working class people, fighting back as a class.
Hey, get the fuck out!
It's important for them to break LA.
Yeah.
If they break LA, they can break any community in this country.
Look, and Like I said, I don't claim to be from LA. I was born in LA. But I don't claim it. Like I said, my criteria, and I've been very public about this, for you to claim LA, my criteria is you went to LA USC. I don't, I'm down to hear any counter arguments against that. But I think it is different when you actually go to those schools. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, Gospy. The music trying to like add to like this is fucking real. You don't need to add like anything to make it more dramatic and whatnot. Forgot what I was saying. Oh, about I think a break LA. Because of the demographic, because it's supposed to be a blue state, it's supposed to be very liberal. Yeah, if you break LA, then you can run that shit anywhere else. That's why you saw a lot of these kind of weird like operations, like when they hit was it MacArthur Park that they hit, where it was like already empty and they were just kind of like a photo walking around. It's because of the propaganda that it can produce of like, hey, we brought LA to heal. I feel like Seattle has more of a negative reputation, but not as prominent as the Los Angeles name itself. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't like it's the Intercept. They're gonna do Intercept things, but yeah, I don't like the soundtrack that they added. The music behind it. It's kind of like, bro, this is fucking real life. You don't have to add this like intense fucking. Well, I was gonna say Terminator music in the background.
We are Unión del Barrio. We are a proud member and founding member of the Community Self-Defense Coalition. Because it's such a huge coordinated attack against our communities, I have to assume at least one of you here is here for the wrong reasons. So if there is a pig in the room, first of all, fuck you. Second of all, we're not doing anything illegal. We're on the streets from 5:30 in the morning till past midnight, and it's been 7 days a week.
Look how beautiful that is. We should all have the same, and I need to work on it too. But I'm focusing on the positive for a second. This is beautiful. This is beautiful. During my recent trip, it just hit me how what a fucking complete dumbass I'm being by not masking. What a risk I'm taking, and I need to address that because it's an unnecessary risk. Selfishly, it's an unnecessary risk.
Past midnight, and it's been 7 days a week ever since these attacks have started. So people are putting it down.
We got a big group today. Whoever group 2 will be, just take Maple straight down to King, then another group San Pedro, and then another group on Central. Those will be the 4. All right, we do have the magnets on the radio, so let's get those real quick, and then vámonos.
Over. We'll keep going. Yeah, any vehicle that we see a little suspicious, we'll just turn around and check it out just in case. We do the patrols, which is helpful in our immediate neighborhoods so that we know if there is or isn't activity. But to have eyes and ears all over, not even the city, but all over Southern California is extremely helpful. Before this started, we had maybe like 200,000 followers at the most. Now it's over 500,000. People send us information all the time. I'm checking, I'm just quickly looking at it now. We're in South Central LA. We're at a high school where I teach. Right now, there's no kids here. It's summer school's over.
And so right now, this neighborhood, like many neighborhoods across the country, are thinking and wondering and are anxious about, back to school day. And so we are preparing not only like lesson plans and typical things that teachers have to do, but also preparing for the possibility of attacks against our students. We'll be patrolling around the school on foot and in our cars. And in case we do see any type of activity, we will have a plan.
Ice at Olvera Street. I'm gonna go talk to whoever's organizing whatever's happening. What's going on, man? How are you? Good to see you, brother.
Good to see you too, man.
Somebody called and said that they thought they saw something.
We got a false report. A security officer was spreading a false rumor that ICE was going to be here.
Do you all have our number just in case?
Absolutely.
So it's.
Or a security officer was spreading a false rumor that ICE was going to be here.
Do you all have our number just in case?
There was a lot of misinformation going around, and I shared with the fact that like I had like family members reach out to me, and then like I said, I unfortunately, and it's on me, I have not had the opportunity to have worked with Unión del Barrio. That's something I need to address and fix soon. But I've done the driving around just because of family members being like, hey, I heard there might be checkpoints. I heard there might be ICE, and like having to drive around, the city where I'm at, and it's a weird, and when we talk about George Jackson talking about highlighting the fact that we've had fascism, that it's been here, and we mock liberals for claiming that like Trump, when he's in charge, it's fascism. And then fascism takes a 4-year pause, and then it comes back. But there's very few like non-violent moments, and because it was a non-violent thing. If this is non-violent, that makes it feel like you're like, oh shit, like I'm looking for people that are here kidnapping. I'm doing it for my family. You know what I mean? For the community, because it wasn't like I was going to keep it to myself either. So it's definitely like it's surreal to engage in this in any capacity, for sure, and all credit to them, because it should be organized, and it should be a mass organized collective effort to combat the state fucking kidnappers. Appreciate it, Henry Martinez.
Absolutely.
Oh, but I was gonna say there was a lot of misinformation going around, both by people that wanted attention and just to get their accounts like attention. They weren't actually doing the work, like these organizers, and to spread misinformation in order to confuse and overwork organizers, and just keep the fear.
¿Quieres cereal? ¿Este? Yeah. Okay. I would say being a father probably has made me a better organizer than the other way around, just because it's just a constant reminder of why we struggle and why we do what we do. Agua? Oh, gracias, papa. Gracias. One day when we're no longer here and he'll be here, and maybe his children, they'll have a better life than what we had and what our parents had, and etc. So we're fighting for the next 7 generations, and he's next up. So this little guy's probably been to more protests already than most adults.
For sure.
Why the Home Depot? There have been documented kidnappings on their premises at 14 of the 15 stores. There was a kidnapper inside of the store chasing one of our brothers. They thought they were going to get away with it, but are we going to let them do that? We are officially telling the people of Los Angeles and everywhere else, do not spend a single penny at the Home Depot. Boycott! 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 Boycott!
Unión del Barrio is a militant organization. We think that we have to be to defend our people.
You don't know your manager? No. They're trying to control. Not against you. Don't take it personal.
And I am absolutely determined and committed to making sure that this grows to the point where it's a national movement where people everywhere are defending themselves.
Keep an eye out. If you see something suspicious, please call. Let us know so we can go and back them up. All right? Thank you.
It always frustrates me when like the employees get upset or anything like that. I'm like, bro, like, one, it's not like they were smashing or tossing anything on the floor or making like your workday more difficult. In fact, this is a time where you don't have to interact with customers. The corporations don't give a fuck about you. So why are you? I can't stand when motherfuckers take shit like so personal. I was at work and I take everything like a fucking joke. Like, because I don't take shit too serious. I try to fucking keep it light, keep it joking, and make everybody's day kind of go smoother and less stressful. And, you know, sometimes we have to interact with other departments. And there was a little kind of like, not even conflict, just kind of like, hey, I'm trying to do this by the book. And another person saying, well, we've always done it like this, and I'm not going to take responsibility for this. I'm just being told to pick something up. But I'm not going to be using this object. So why am I going to be held responsible for it? And they were having a back and forth. And so I came in after the fact. And yes, I 100% was being, you know, stirring the pot just to fucking laugh at it, to diffuse the situation. But these fools were still a little heated over it. And I was like, no. I told him like, bro, like, nobody gives a fuck. Like, management does not give a fuck about us. Stop taking this shit so personal. Relax. It was just a joke. I apologize. I shouldn't have stirred that up. I misread the room. Relax. It's not that big of a deal. They don't fucking care. Now you're doing it the right way. Whatever. It is what it is. Just chill the fuck out. But some people take that shit so fucking personal. Like if it's an extension of themselves. And when it isn't, your job is not an extension of you. It's not. Right? It might be if it's a career. Right? But a job, like the jobs that we do, like, it's not us. Right? But I'm willing to hear, you know, differently. Chitty matcha inside the fucking store. Yeah. Trying to get some light bulbs over here. But Rubio, in terms of whether I would do like a segment or specifically on organizing, I don't think I'm qualified to have that conversation, to be honest with you. Mainly because even with my union, like the union organizing work that I do, all the parameters are already there. I'm not necessarily, I didn't contribute in the creation of the union, of our local. I'm just participating in the guidelines are there. We have a constitution. We have all that stuff. So I'm not sure what I can do. I do want to get to the point where I could start regularly bringing in local organizers. In fact, the goal is to go out and talk to local organizers. That's a super long-term goal though. I'm just not sure if I'm qualified to have that conversation.
You seen anything? These people are fascist, and so we have to expect them to act like fascists. And to us, we're revolutionaries. We know the antidote to a fascist.
Okay, Rosecrans. Wait. So if we could just post Rosecrans, be on the lookout.
It is impossible to do the amount of work necessary on your own. Yep. Even just two people can do a hell of a lot more than two individuals who are not working together.
Estamos haciendo vigilancia en este momento, patrullaje para en contra la migra.
Bro, my Spanish is fucking shit. Like when you hear somebody that's fluent and knows the appropriate words, I would have been like trucha. I would have been like, hey, ojo. And that's like vigilancia. That's a good one.
Patrolling right now for ICE. If you see anything suspicious of ICE, we're just patrolling the neighborhood right now, okay?
Thank you, guys.
For ICE activity. And we're just patrolling the neighborhood right now, okay?
For 5 months
You know, I
straight,
really
our
did love
communities
that. I really did love that. That's, I'm not gonna lie, I really did love that. Hearing like a little mini collage of her doing that, because that, a lot of that groundwork is so repetitive. It is so repetitive. But you hear it in her voice, like the same energy, because that's like, you know, this is done out of love. This is done out of compassion. This is done out of solidarity. This is done out of concern for your fucking people, for your community.
If you see anything suspicious of ICE, we're just patrolling the neighborhood right now, okay?
Thank you, guys.
For ICE activity. And we're just patrolling the neighborhood.
You hear it? You know, you hear it in the voice, you know? That's awesome.
Right now, okay?
For 5 months straight, our communities have been organizing in our streets to identify the agents while they're in our hood. The majority come out after 8. White Charger. If I were to put a scale to it, I would say maybe 7 out of 10 stars on that one. Or maybe not stars. 7 out of 10 thumbs down.
This was funny. This was funny. That's a funny ass one right there. It's like, nah, fuck that. They don't deserve stars.
This is this morning.
Nope, I'm not getting out of the car.
The review, I think he meant 8 a.m. Yeah, because well, it's summer, but even by 8, it's already dark.
Not getting out of the car, and I'm not opening the window. I don't want to kidnap my neighbors, man.
We'll stop it there, but long story short, nothing happened. He was able to go. He did all the right things. He did all the right things. Smart, lock those doors. He knew he had legally done nothing wrong. They, on the other hand, did violate the law. They didn't have a warrant, but they quickly tried to get into his private vehicle. The tactics have been changing, and so we have to be up to date. That's why we constantly change this presentation.
I was hoping, since I had a free Saturday, to be able to go to one of their teach-ins. Unfortunately, the one that they do have this Saturday is in Santa Barbara. That's not a feasible drive for me, to be honest with you, unfortunately. So I'm trying to look at another local, like, community watch org that's gonna have one Saturday as well. I'll see if I can make it out to that one. That one's closer. You know, it's early in the morning, so it shouldn't be an issue, which I'm grateful for, because normally I wouldn't be able to make it out.
What we're seeing now, snatch and grab. Somebody sitting at a bus stop, the lady selling tamales, the guy selling tacos. So for the coalition, it's been very frustrating to us.
Okay, comrade following black SUV, masked man. How many men inside?
It seems like there's 2, one in the front and then there's someone in the back.
Let me see if I can get you some backup over there. And you're on the 110, right? Let me just quickly.
Esta es mi lucha, esta es mi tierra, esta es mi lucha, esta es mi tierra, esta es mi lucha.
So, you know, the eso es mi lucha, eso es mi tierra, meaning, translating, this is my fight, this is my land. Again, it's especially when it comes to like Mexicans, it's very easy to start proclaiming this, the quote unquote American Southwest, as, you know, well, this was Mexico and all this. That's never the intent that I hear these chants with. But it is something that, when we have the opportunity to have those conversations, to address as like, hey, we also have to denounce Mexican nationalist rhetoric. But then you have like Zapata, la tierra es le pertenece el que la trabaja, meaning the land belongs to those who work it, who till the land. So I just want to address that because the Nismo is so prominent, especially in these types of orgs. You see a lot of the Aztec, caricatures and stuff like that. That is, it's always concerning. Earlier you heard them mention the 7th generation thing. I believe that's an appropriate mindset, but is it, in the back of my head, I'm always concerned about it's so prominent. It's so prominent in indigenismo, the pretend Indian aspect of it all. But at the end of the day, it's not something I want to focus on because it is, in this specific, when we're talking about this specific, like, attempt to combat the kidnapping of human beings, that takes priority. And I'm willing to take criticism for that, but that is a priority.
Okay, so as we know, today marks 30 days since the military assault on Los Angeles started. We're peaceful people, but we're not going to allow you all to kidnap us, to beat us, to brutalize us. We're not going to allow it. We will fight back.
Today's the first day of school. We are patrolling around different schools in the community. You know what? Take Jorge as well. We're patrolling, making sure none of the enemies are near us, so we'll be around. October 1st is when they're...
I do love that, though. None of the enemies are near us. And the state has that mentality against us. Always have. The state has always had that mentality against us, and we need to adopt that language and that mentality. That they are the enemy.
We're going to release the money of the big, beautiful bill. So that's when we can anticipate a lot more activity here and everywhere.
If we've been fighting for more than 500 years on this land, what the hell makes you think we're going to quit now?
Unión del Barrio calls on our community to continue.
I love that. That's the first, flag from the Philippines that I've seen, and in any coverage of it. Well, I don't want to zoom into anybody's face, but I love that because, especially like the Mexican and Filipino community, and it's on Mexicans that it's not as prominent today as it used to be in terms of like solidarity, but literally there would not be, for better or for worse in terms of Cesar Chavez, but there wouldn't be organized labor in what's the word I'm looking for? Like agriculture, if it wasn't for Filipinos.
Continue the resistance and to fight back. Patrol your neighborhood, barrio por barrio, cuadra por cuadra. Esta es nuestra tierra, esta es nuestra lucha. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido.
Who keeps us safe? We keep us safe. Who keeps us safe? We keep us
safe. So shout out to like on the ground organizers, people that actually do the work, that get it together. Unión del Barrio, seen nothing but great things from them. Nothing but fucking great things from them. So all credit to them for organizing, for keeping their community safe, for being proactive. And yeah, like definitely something that should be maintained regardless of administration moving forward. You want to keep those institutions there. Again, Kwame Ture told us the difference between mobilizing and organizing, and the organizations need to stay alive. Mobilizations fade. Mobilizations can be trendy. Mobilizations can be almost counterinsurgent in the way that they help relieve pressure and make you feel like you've accomplished something when nothing has fundamentally changed. Organizations can outlast that need for immediate release of energy. That was a shorter video. This is leading into RFK Jr. I saw this. I'm like, bro, this is fucking the way that people give a pass to Theo Von is just beyond me. Yeah, he's somebody I needed to run it back on because a while ago I did a video on him and how he was like hyping up Border Patrol, and he even said something like horchata people. I'm like, bro thinks it's funny, huh?
It's incredible. But let me move on.
Oh shit! Whoa! Where are we at? What was that? Wrong one.
Do they have ADD in the Amish community?
So I don't even, what do you know what is ADD? I'm not even quite sure.
Oh wow, ADD. It's like, let me think.
And by the way, is ADD still a thing in terms of like it being like the appropriate medical like term, or did it just move to ADHD? Let's find out. Okay, so they're still distinguishing like a difference, huh? WebMD, I mean, what can you get? Can you get more, academic than WebMD? I don't think so. Let's see. Not okay. Is there a difference between ADD and ADHD? Not exactly. These are really two names for the same condition, but ADD isn't used by doctors anymore. You might still hear people use that name, but it isn't an official diagnosis. A person with ADD today will be diagnosed with one of the 3 subtypes of ADHD. There's one of this is gonna hit close to home. But what are the subcategories? Oh, that's cool. They give you the whole history going back to 1987. Whoa, really? That long ago? So why was ADD like so big in the lexicon? In 1987, doctors changed the name ADD to ADHD. They also got rid of the idea that there were 2 subtypes and merged the 3 lists of symptoms into one. In 1994, there was another change when the next edition of DSM came out. The APA described 3 types of ADHD: inactive, hyperactive / impulsive, and combined. According to the CDC, 7 million kids in the US have ADHD. That's according to a survey of parents. It's more often diagnosed in boys than girls, but girls have ADHD too. ADHD symptoms can be mild or more severe. It sometimes happens together with other conditions, including behavioral or conduct problems, learning disorders, anxiety, depression. Wow. Types. Okay, but yeah. That's basically, I don't want to get stuck here. Okay, so he's already using an outdated fucking term. So,
do they have ADD in the Amish community?
So I don't even, what do you know what is ADD? I'm not even quite sure.
Oh wow, ADD. It's like, let me think. You ever have that feeling like when somebody's tickling you or whatever, kind of?
Yeah.
And you're like, you just can't even handle it.
Yeah.
It's like that feeling, but it's like in your brain, kind of when you're trying to pay attention. So it's like your paying attention doesn't work,
no, I don't think anyone has ADD that I know of. I hope not, because that would be too fun to have.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I think it's like, yeah, you get to change your mind without even doing it,
So if you drive a car, if you have ADD, so can you focus on the road, or you're like looking over?
How old is this kid? Bro, it looks like he's at like top 16. What the fuck?
Over to the ditch, and then this car, and the guy in the passenger seat. Or...
I think it gets a little bit testy for some people. Like it's too much, Yeah, pull that up. Do the Amish have ADD? Pull that up. Let's get a gander at that. That's a great question.
Yeah. I've never heard of ADD before.
Then you must not have it, brother.
Yeah.
The Amish do experience ADD, but reported rates are noticeably lower than in the general population, and diagnosis practices may differ significantly due to cultural and lifestyle factors. Wow, that's pretty fascinating.
Okay, so why would I play this leading up to the RFK Jr. video? Because this is kind of like how anti-vaxxers push their whole fucking hysteria. This is a subtle way of doing it. Vaccines were not brought up. But what was brought up was like, oh, in your community, do you have that? Because they're acting like, yes, the Amish, kind of seclude themselves, but they're not like a unique fucking species, right? Oh, were they using ChatGPT? I don't know. I to be honest, when I first saw the setup thing, I just assumed it was fucking Reddit. But I think that says more about me than anything. Yeah, is he allowed to talk into the mic? I don't know. Honestly, the most I know about the Amish is I saw a documentary like a while ago. I believe it's on Nat Geo, where it was about like, so the Amish have like a certain amount of time where they get to go to the, the outside world or whatever, and they get to just live life. And a lot of them crash out, a lot of them fucking burn out, a lot of them return like after going too fucking hard because they were never taught like about the outside world outside of the community, and they just start just with all the vices because they don't know how to regulate and how to handle that. They don't know how to moderate themselves. And a lot of them that don't return back to their communities just end up like working as laborers because of the skills that they acquired in their communities. But yes, so this whole thing of like, oh, you don't have that in your communities is a subtle way of saying like, oh, because they do things differently, because they don't have all the preservatives, they don't have all the vaccines, they don't have all this shit, is an attempt to subtly push on propaganda against vaccines. It's very anti-science. Let's see. Is this what I want to see? No, that is fucked up. I don't want to go over that article though. There was something, but this is mainly on sexual assaults in Amish communities that don't necessarily want to focus on today. Where was it? Shoot, I thought I had it saved. My apologies, y'all. I don't have it here. No, this is gonna be that, and then this is gonna be that. Okay. Damn, I thought I had it. Okay. Anyways, but yeah, this kind of addresses a little bit. The Amish and Mennonites have so many rare genetic disorders that they had to create special hospitals for their kids, the Clinic for Special Children in Lancaster County. Let's see if I find the article I was looking at. Yeah. Let's see. It's not going to give me the overview I wanted. Yeah, that's not. What the fuck was I looking at? It's getting too hot in here. I took a screenshot of it and I can't remember what it was. But yeah, I mean, that's, man, so frustrating. My apologies. But yeah, that's basically like the consensus that there's so much shit going on, and I guess you could donate here to the clinic within these communities that are unique to them. Let's see if maybe they have it on a Who We Are. This is for the funding. So we go to About Clinic. Our mission: improving the quality of life for those with genetic or complex medical conditions through innovation, innovative research, accessible laboratory services, and compassionate care. Okay, about us. Since its funding in 1989, the Clinic for Special Children has endeavored to bring compassionate clinical care to children and adults with complex medical disorders. While CSC's focus is the treatment of research of disorders identified in old order Amish and Mennonite communities, the impact of CSC's clinical and research work has benefit all around the world. Okay, cool. Although CSC was founded to treat metabolic disorders, the organizations now treat patients with genetic disorders of all types. CSC is envisioned as a comprehensive medical practice for patients, meaning they can see physicians knowledgeable about their disorders for all their medical needs and not just for the management of genetic disorder. In order to enhance this idea, CSCs has forged collaborative relationships with individual physicians and healthcare organizations to provide affordable specialty care on site, making services more accessible to families. CSC is also a member of the Plain Communities Health Care Consortium, an association of organizations that share a similar mission of caring for Plain communities facing rare genetic disorders across North America. I said native because I saw the Plain communities. I'm like, I kind of don't like that. But yes, in order to provide high quality, cost effective care to vulnerable communities, CSC has integrated advanced laboratory techniques. Okay, it's more like a pitch about what they do, but so again, like focusing on, do you have ADD? Do you have ADHD? It's that new agey fucking bullshit that is against vaccines. And you see things like that, and you're like, they might not report to have ADHD, but they have fucking, greater health risks and concerns that you can't fucking blame on vaccines. But because it's an anti-vax narrative, even if it's not said out loud, that's what they're referring to. Right? I'm surprised they didn't fucking bring up autism, if I'm being honest with you. Thank you for being patient with me with that one, yo. And this is even more ridiculous here.
It's incredible. But let me move on. Just last week, in the days after the tragic shooting at Annunciation Catholic School in my home state of Minnesota, you went on Fox News blaming school shootings on antidepressants. You have no evidence of that because you have no evidence of a connection. And you want to talk about...
You're just saying something. You're just making stuff up.
This is what you say, right? Secretary Kennedy, when someone presents you with information that does not fit...
I did not blame that shooting. I have no idea whether... I have no idea, and I never said that. You're making it up. You're twisting. Yeah, you are.
Secretary
you are being
Kennedy,
dishonest right now.
If you want to talk about mental health and gun violence in this country, if you want to talk about mental health and gun violence in this country, we should be talking about that, because that's what the parents of Annunciation School
You don't want to talk. You want to harangue, and you want to politically. You want to have partisan politics.
That is
I want to actually solve these problems.
Ms. Secretary Kennedy.
It's so fucking ridiculous. I mean, it's hilarious though that a lot of these Trump appointees, like, y'all remember that white woman that took off her shoes and like got on the couch and shit like that?
I have no.
But like a lot of like their physical, and not to be like, like posture, like the fucking crazy lady who came out and was like being straight up anti-Semitic against Bernie. Cause like, yeah, the way he hunches over. But the very kind of like nonchalant way that these people carry themselves in what is supposed to be like these prestige places is always fucking hilarious. Cause like they never fucking care. They care when especially black people or brown people, non-white people, don't behave accordingly to the high level of office that you're holding, whatever the fuck. But this was already fucking This motherfucker's leaning over here chilling more than I am, bro. Like, what the fuck? It's these little things. Y'all remember that fucking lady that took off her shoes, right? That shit grossed me the fuck out. Then we'll get back to this because I kind of forgot. What was her name? White lady. I don't know what the fuck's gonna pop up. White House. Yeah, some weirdo shit's gonna pop out. What was her name? Y'all remember that? She was, what was that? Trump's first. Oh yes, Kellyanne. Yes, thank you. This fucking shit, bro. Where's the other photo? Yeah, and then liberals kind of ruin it by like doing their corny stuff. But it was kind of like, bro, like, what the fuck are you doing? You're like a grown ass fucking person. It's just you would never see this type of fucking, and they zoom in on the fucking toes, gross. This type of behavior to just kick off your shoes in the Oval Office and just be like, I don't give a fuck. I'm not out here being like, oh, like, how dare you? You know, like how Stephen Colbert was post January 6th. I don't care about that shit. But it is funny to me where it's like, if a black person did this, if a non-white person did this, it'd be fucking Fox News would lose hell. I mean, for all the fucking war crimes that Obama did, the most he cared about was a tan suit. That's all I'm saying with that pose there. It made me laugh because I was like, oh, I kind of look key. Like, these people do not go. They're chilling. They're big fucking chilling. They do not give a fuck. Yeah, Albert C. She was posted up for real, bro. Man. All right. Shitty Matcha saying, I don't remember when the narrative changed on vaccines. It used to be like upper class thing. Yeah, it's just kind of like just I blame fucking New Age, the New Age fucking movement. Again, it's part of the whole indigenismo thing. Like, these New Agers are so fucking desperate to like reconnect with nature, man. Because they're so fucking they're so upset that the fucking that the Romans colonized their Germanic asses. So they want to reconnect and feel indigenous, and then they want to do everything with natural fucking sources and fucking natural deodorant. We have this motherfucking cave asses, you know, down the block and shit like that. It's annoying as fuck. Florida moves to end vaccines mandates for school children, and after this, we'll look at more of RFK being grilled by, funny enough, Republican doctors. Fucking go figure. Y'all making me defend ear doctor again. I come back to this. Again, I still think that it's good for him to voice his disagreements, his positions, because he reminds us that there is a good majority of people, that a good amount at least of people that think this way. I understand, especially the and I'm gonna sound like fucking the whole Elmo skit, the gentrifier Elmo. Like, I understand the hesitation, especially in the black community, to, you know, vaccines. But this is what I always fucking say, like, you know, fucking being mestizo, right? I'm talking about the colonization by the Spanish, right? It was just a few of them. And even when they align with you know, other groups that were in opposition to the Mexica, even then, they were only really victorious because of the spread of diseases that they brought along. You gotta understand, when Europeans got here, they were shitting on the fucking streets. They were throwing their fucking feces out the fucking window and shitting on street corners. They didn't even know how to wipe their own fucking asses. They come over here and they're fucking amazed. They're like in a fucking new world. Literally, like they feel like they're in a fucking new world because that's how advanced everything was. And for the most part, you know, part of the larger ecosystem. And they're like, yeah, we want to destroy it. That's what we're here to do in this fucking planet. Destroy anything that is beneficial to the fucking human species. And anywho, sorry. Culture 88. I'm autistic, and the vax autism trope enrages me. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I had to go through that because it's so. You know, it's weird to. I don't know if it's weird to say, but I've always seen it as dehumanizing, right? Where it's kind of like they're painting you as a victim, right? And please correct me if I'm off the mark, but that's why it's always made me uncomfortable, that they're painting you as a victim of like a vaccine instead of this just like being who you are, right? I don't know. Again, I could be totally off the mark, but I've always seen it that way. I'm like, what the like? It's kind of weird to me, and it's vilifying too, and it's stigmatizing to children and people with autism. Yeah, I mean, my main thing too is kind of like, because there's obviously different like degrees or severities of autism, and for me, I'm like, we should be concerned about providing assistance to parents who have children, you know, with severe autism, and we should make sure that as those kids get older, that they're given either the tools and education, or that they're taken care of throughout their lives. So yeah, like yes, and thank you, Culture 88, for sharing that. It paints me as a mutated lesser. Yeah. Like, yeah, and I didn't want to be, you know, too, because I have that issue where I can be too, not blunt, but careless with the descriptions that I use. But what I was initially going to say was like it's almost like a mutant, right? So, and like, fucking, I love the X-Men, so like, that's where my mind immediately goes. Yes, but and that's what I kind of was hinting at when I said there's a stigma around it, right? So, but even on the other way, so again, I don't want to dive into the fucking X-Men stuff too much, but you know, the whole thing with is it the Marauders? Is it the Marauders? No, it's not the Marauders. Sorry, it's the. Ooh, I had it in the tip of my tongue. The mutants that live underground, y'all. Oh, the Marauders hunt them. Shoot. Storm was in charge of them for a minute. Come on. Where are my fucking geeks at? Oh, shit. What the fuck? I'm gonna be so pissed. Morlocks. God fucking damn it. Pisses me off so much. Yes. Relocked. Justin Bent. Rolando. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I'm assuming y'all did not Google that and give you full fucking class points. Yeah. So, okay. And I'm so sorry I'm doing this. It's probably inappropriate. But the Morlocks, who are hunted by the Marauders, but the Morlocks play a crucial role in the X-Men to highlight the fact that the X-Men that we all celebrate and appreciate, despite them being discriminated against, you know, it's more than fucking pretty privilege, right? They could pass as non-mutants. They can pass as non-mutants because they don't have any physical characteristics or you know, features that may actually like that cause immediate discrimination towards them. Whereas the Murlocs do have those physical, visible mutations that immediately get them targeted. And because of that, I don't know why I lowered my seat so damn low. Sorry. And because of that, they face a greater threat on their lives and they're targeted more. And so they do a good job at highlighting how the X-Men that we see and celebrated are the ones that are not visually threatening to us or that make us uncomfortable. So the Morlocks do a great job at like calling out the X-Men for being like, yeah, like fuck you guys too. Like you guys are trying to like get along with Homo sapiens and all this stuff because you could fit up alongside of them. Right? You could pass. I fucking love the X-Men. Fucking love the X-Men. Yes, it's a little too fucking liberal at times and 100%, but so much fucking potential in those stories if they were given to actual like non-white dudes, you know what I mean? Toribio, aren't Morlocks the time machine, slave, revolted, cannibal, mutant humans? I think you're thinking about the time machine, like the actual story movie, the time machine. Because I fucking love the time machine. Oh yeah, yes. Sorry. Yeah, you're thinking about the Children of the Vault. Yes, which so fucking cool too. I love when the X-Men and like sci-fi shit like connect without necessarily the galaxy sheer empire thing. Kind of is I don't really like it when they go into space. I like when it stays grounded or underground. But yes, Children of the Vault is a cool kind of like sci-fi way of embracing that. And technically, the X-Men is kind of sci-fi, right? Like by its very nature of mutation, maybe? I don't know. Anywho, I got sidetracked. It's my apologies. My bad. But all I was trying to say is I was trying not to be crude in making that comparison to mutation, but that is how especially a lot of white, affluent people view those with autism. Yeah, no, I hear you, Ann Walker. It gets weird. I don't like when it's, white. I don't like when colonizers get to write these fucking allegories and analogies and shit. No, definitely third of you. We're fucking nerds over here, nerding out. This shit up. Fucking. Oh yeah, I fucked up. Oh well. Yipper pulling out like all the obscure fucking shit that the X-Men have done. Is that what you're referring to, the Yipper? Because you're responding to Ronaldo. What did Ronaldo say that caused that respond? Oh, okay, yeah. Ronaldo was hyping. Where everybody's hyping up the X-Men and Yipper has to be the party pooper and highlight how trash they can be. But I do love that aspect of it because they're supposed to be the marginalized, the oppressed, the minorities within the Marvel universe. Those of us that are marginalized, those of us that are minorities, understand that a lot of us in our communities are fucking assholes. So I love that aspect of it. I think, and we gotta move on. I'm sorry. Fuck you guys. We gotta move on. It's my fault. I'll take full fucking blame this time. I'll take full fucking blame. All right. My bad. I love that though. I love this. All right. If you haven't already, y'all, please hit the like. It helps the channel out. Thank you for staying active in the chat. Shout out to the super chats. They're turned on. Support the channel any way you can. Don't forget, go ahead and subscribe to Deculturation Live. That channel's up. where I dual stream, but I leave the live streams up on there. We have about 180 subscribers. Let's keep it going. Let's try to hit 200 by the end of this month. Appreciate y'all. Thank you for being here. You fucking nerds. Florida moves to end vaccine mandates for school children. We'll be brief with this one because I have a video queued up from Democracy Now! As well that goes into it. The state would be the first to scrap requirements that children be vaccinated to attend schools, among other rules. This is from September 3rd. Florida plans to become the first state to end all vaccine mandates, including for school children, rejecting a practice that public health experts have credited for decades for limiting the spread of infectious diseases. Dr. Joseph A. Ladopo, the Florida Surgeon General, made the announcement on Wednesday alongside Governor Ron DeSantis, a Republican. Mr. DeSantis, well, I don't know what his political affiliation has anything to do with this. It's clearly liberal. This is a liberal hit piece here. Mr. DeSantis rose to national prominence during the corona pandemic, and over time, he espoused increasingly anti-vaccine views. Who am I? Jesus, the dyslexia. Who am I to tell you what your children should be? Let's lock in. Let's lock. Stop. Okay. Who am I to tell you what your child should put in their body? Dr. Ladobo, a vocal denigrator of vaccines, said to applause during an event on Wednesday in Florida, Tampa. Your body is a gift from God. Woo! I'm trying to keep my atheism friendly. I really am. But these, whether they're true believers or opportunists, make it fucking difficult. Or they really do. They really do. He added that the administration would be working to end all vaccine mandates. Every last one of them is wrong and drips with disdain and slavery, Dr. Ladobo said, without elaborating. And remember, this is Dr. Ladobo. Vaccines equal slavery, in case you didn't fucking know. In case you were wondering what happened to slavery during your local fucking flu shot. Jesus. Again, all the way this propaganda works is all interconnected, trying to downplay the horrors of slavery by comparing it to like vaccines. It's the same way that they were comparing wearing a mask in public to the fucking the golden star that Jewish people were meant to wear in Nazi Germany. It's so fucking ridiculous. Is it? Yeah. That's better. That should be good. All right. The announcement comes as the anti-vaccine stance of Robert F. Kennedy Jr., President Trump's health secretary, is causing tumult across federal public health agencies. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention, in particular, had been engulfed in turmoil as the Trump administration has ousted experts, in some cases replacing them with people who align with Mr. Kennedy's views. Dr. Ladobo has faced repeated criticism from others in his field for his stance on public health. He allowed parents to choose whether to send unvaccinated children to school during a measles outbreak. Jesus fucking Christ. In 2024, rejecting long-standing evidence-based public health guidelines, the misinformation he spread about COVID vaccines prompted a public rebuke from the CDC in 2023. It is unclear what the process of undoing the state's long-standing vaccine mandates might look like, but state legislators are typically involved in setting vaccine requirements for school children. The federal government approves vaccines for the public and issues guidance on who should get them. Dr. Ladobo said the Florida Department of Health, the agency he oversees, would do away with rules on vaccine mandates. The agency's rule-making authority is laid out in the state's statute that requires certain immunization for school children. The state lawmakers are going to have to make decisions, Dr. Ladobo said. That's how this becomes possible. Republican legislative leader in Florida did not immediately comment on the announcement. But Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, a Republican who chairs the U.S. Senate Health Committee, called the move by Mr. DeSantis and Dr. Ladobo a terrible thing for public health. You know shit's bad when these fucking Republicans are even saying like, yo, what the fuck are y'all doing? When they're forced to be like, no, what the, you guys are gonna fuck shit up. Which, to be honest, I'm kind of fucking shocked that there's even Republicans with a fucking spine left that aren't just completely bought into the fucking death cult. We're going to start having vaccine preventable diseases outbreaks at school, Mr. Cassidy, a physician, said, adding that you're going to have children who come to school with measles and infect other people who either have not been vaccinated or have some sort of disease like cancer. All 50 states have at least some vaccination requirements from children entering school, though all allow for medical exceptions, and most allow exceptions for religious or personal reasons. The number of students receiving exceptions have been increasing in recent years, and immunization rates have been falling, according to KFF, a health policy research group. Up to now, the DeSantis administration has focused on anti-vaccine efforts on COVID-19 vaccines. Florida bans COVID-19 vaccine mandates for students and has broadly prohibited so-called vaccine passports, which show proof of immunization. But the state has long required most children entering school to be vaccinated against measles, mumps, and rubella, chickenpox, and hepatitis B, among other infectious disease. I remember having chickenpox as a kid. Chickenpox. It was annoying. But you know, like when parents used to have like, oh, your kid has vaccine, like, and they would send you to go hang out with them, or they would come over, whatever. Like that shit. Like when you say that shit out loud, and it might have happened before the year 2000, maybe. So I could say that like back in the 1900s, you know, we used to get chickenpox and we all get together. Like that was a fucking thing. That was a fucking thing. Like that's, and you sound like old as fuck and it's so fucking outdated, but it's like, man, like vaccines are still very much like, are so beneficial. That even that recent, you know, like from one like just generation to another can completely change like what is normal behavior for parenting. Toribio, China's gonna start airdropping vaccine to you guys. Fucking, I mean, yeah. Cuba's gonna send fucking doctor commandos to hand out vaccines. Fuck handout. They're gonna start shooting vaccines straight into us. They're like, we're gonna save your guys' life whether you want to or not. Yeah, chickenpox was terrible. I think, man, that was fucking nightmarish if you really think about it. Okay, Dr. Lisa Gwen, a pediatrician in Miami and past president of the Florida chapter of American Academy of Pediatrics, dismissed the argument from Dr. Ladobo and DeSantis administration officials that vaccination decisions should be solely in parents' hands. It's more than just a decision of a parent, she said. It's about the elderly, it's about the vulnerable, the immunologically challenged, and how does this impact our society, our community, our neighborhood, our relatives? This is like, okay, like when we talk about settler colonialism, it is very much about being isolated, about being so concerned about your right to property and your being that nobody tells you what you can and cannot do. And that's why, like, the settlers, the colonizers, wanted to keep pushing west, despite, you know, the British saying, like, no, like, you know, we made treaties with the indigenous people. What we got is what we got, and this is where we're going to remain. But they wanted to keep pushing because they're like, they really believe they can do whatever the fuck they want. And when they're told no, they use violence. They use violence, right? So when I think about this whole, like, hey, it's not just about you. It's about the community. It's about the elderly. It's about the vulnerable. It's about our society at large. Is that these people do not view themselves as members of a society, members of a group, until they're challenged. And then they play the victim role, right? But when they get their own fucking way, when they're able to do whatever the fuck they want, they solely focus on their individual rights to fuck everybody else over. Florida has one of the nation's largest population of older people, having attracted retirees for generations. Mainly what, the heat? Maybe the taxes? Mr. DeSantis, who appointed Dr. Ladobo as Surgeon General in 2021, also announced the creation of a commission to align Florida with goals laid out by Mr. Kennedy. The commission will be headed by Casey DeSantis, the governor's wife. Bro, my God. I fucking hate these people, bro. I fucking hate these people. That is too fucking... It's just so obscene. Wow. We've already done a lot, Mr. DeSantis said. I don't think any state has come even close to what Florida has done. But he added, we want to stay ahead of the curve. Yeah, homie, you're going to be looking at a fucking bell curve, all right. Holy fuck. And somehow this isn't considered a fucking part of the white genocide. Somehow this is not Soros' great plan to, you know, stop the fucking population of whites increasing. That's fucking wild, man. That's fucking hilarious. Yeah, no, it's the fucking horde of black and brown people coming over. It's not the fact that you guys are fucking willing to kill your own children. Fucking wild. All to say, my freedom. It's my freedom to risk my child's life. And gosh darn it, you will vaccinate me when I'm in the ground. That's not part of white genocide? This isn't part of white genocide? Fucking putting your children on the fucking altar of anti-vax? Like, what the fuck, bro? You're doing it to yourselves. You're doing it to yourselves. What is wrong with these fucking people, bro? It's a death cult. It's a fucking suicide fucking cult. Anything for my right to fucking cry and make myself the victim. I have to be persecuted, and I'm willing to fucking risk my child's health for that. Fucking ridiculous. Man, man, we're forced to live alongside these fucking people. Wednesday's announcement made in the gym of a private Christian school. I fucking hate private schools, man. Had the air at times of a political rally. Mr. DeSantis spoke at length, harking back to when the coronavirus pandemic struck in 2020. Perhaps no governor in the country revisits that period in speeches more than Mr. DeSantis, who repeatedly portrays his willingness to buck experts on mask and vaccine mandates in schools and business closures as having paid off. Entrenched, sorry, I just thought about Thomas Frank. Entrenched elites were turning towards corrosive measures. Mr. DeSantis said of the early pandemic period on Wednesday, calling federal public health workers minions, we made sure people had access to schools. And they always fail to mention who was fucking president during this. Which, I mean, liberals also fail to mention that because they have to credit Dr. fucking A. Well, I was going to say, Dr. What's the homie that fucking, who I think is a fucking racist, the way that he handled the AIDS epidemic. Oh shit, Fauci. But no, then they have to credit Donald Trump, right? For Operation Warp Speed and all that. Which to me, Operation Warp Speed just proved that like government-owned like pharmaceutical companies works. Socialism would work better than fucking capitalism. Because you could just anyhow. All right. I'm not trying to get distracted. I was gonna go on a rant. I already did that. You guys ruined my ranting for a little bit with the X-Men talk. It was me that brought it up. But yeah, a lot of people distrusted Operation. A lot of Democrats, liberals. I mean, Kamala Harris came out and fear-mongered on Operation Warp Speed. When for me, I'm like, it just highlights that when the government is forced to actually invest in our health, it fucking works. It fucking works. But because a Republican did it, Democrats downplay it. And because Republicans are so fucking ass backwards, they pretended they pretended that Democrats did it to smear it. I hate both of them because of stupid shit like this when it's like, bro, what are you doing? And liberals love to pretend that they weren't complicit in this anti-vax rhetoric when Trump was in office. They did. Liberals also like to downplay the fact that Joe Biden handled the pandemic worse than Donald Trump. Worse than Donald Trump. Man. Okay. Mr. DeSantis' pandemic policies made him immensely popular when he won re-election in 2022, but he failed to gain traction among Republican voters nationally and lost in 2024 presidential primary to Mr. Trump. Since Mr. Trump returned to the White House this year, the Florida governor has tried to remain at the forefront of right-wing politics by pursuing aggressive illegal immigration enforcement. On Wednesday, Mr. DeSantis said that Dr. Ladobo was not necessarily going to receive a warm embrace from the medical professionals for vowing to eliminate vaccine mandates. Well, he found his one. He found his fucking sellout. And also that slavery line is grotesque. Fucking grotesque. Let me see if I can find really quickly the Democracy Now! Video I wanted to watch. Yeah, it's this one. Oh. Yeah, I'm not gonna find it. It's fine. Oh, here it is. Is this one it? Damn. Thought it was shorter.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In Washington, Democratic and Republican senators, two of them doctors, grilled Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. about his attacks on vaccines and ongoing turmoil at the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control. The hearing came a week after RFK fired the head of the CDC, Susan Minares, just over a month after she was confirmed to the position. On Thursday, 2 former top officials at the National Institutes of Health filed whistleblower complaints saying they were forced out of their leadership positions after they criticized the Trump administration for canceling grants and spreading vaccine skepticism. In June, Kennedy fired all 17 expert members of a CDC vaccine advisory panel. Health officials inside and outside the government are increasingly warning about Kennedy's actions. 3 senior CDC officials resigned in protest last week. This week, more than 1,000 current and former HHS workers sent a letter to Congress demanding Kennedy's resignation over his pseudoscientific claims and his attacks on public health. 9 former CDC directors recently wrote in the New York Times, Kennedy's endangering the health of every American. At Thursday's hearing, both Republicans and Democrats grilled Kennedy, with some calling for his resignation. This is Republican Senator Dr. John Barrasso, Majority Whip in the Senate, a close ally of President Trump. He's an orthopedic surgeon.
So over the last 50 years, vaccines are estimated to have saved 154 million lives worldwide. I support vaccines. I'm a doctor. Vaccines work. Secretary Kennedy, in your confirmation hearings, you promised to uphold the highest standards for vaccines. Since then, I've grown deeply concerned. The public has seen measles outbreaks, leadership in the National Institute of Health questioning the use of mRNA vaccines, the recently confirmed director of Centers for Disease Control and Prevention fired. Americans don't know who to rely on.
That was Republican Senator Dr. John Barrasso of Wyoming.
Again, when you have fucking Republican senators from fucking Wyoming pushing back on this, and yes, and Walker, all of this is going to blow up big. The death toll is unimaginable. And it's going to happen to fucking children. It's going to happen to children. It's easy. And I mean, a lot of fucking Democrats are doing it with Cuomo to ignore the fact that, like, well, you know, it's going to affect old people. Retirement homes are suddenly going to have a lot of empty rooms, but they had a good life. They were going to pass away anyways. That mentality is easy to, you know, a WASP don't give a fuck about their elderly. We get that. But, like, children, and it's unsurprising too. These motherfuckers allow their, like, the school shooting stuff. School shooting after school shooting to the point where it's not even a big fuck. It's not even headline news anymore. The pigs stand around and don't do shit to save children's lives. It's so fucking normalized. And this is just another attack on children. Part of me, like the conspiracy, I know I was joking around about why genocide earlier, but like part of me, I'm like, dude, like, are they just concerned about like overpopulation in the sense of like not enough jobs, fucking the housing market, this and that? Yeah, let's just fucking cut off a generation or two. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck it is. I don't know what their line of logic is behind this, but it is terrifying. It is terrifying, and it's gonna affect children the most vulnerable in our communities. I don't know, man. It's the amount of like evil. Like this is some demonic ass shit. You have to understand. This is some like demonic shit. I'm not even exaggerating. This is like some plague. Like Robert F. Kennedy could be like one of the fucking horsemen of the fucking apocalypse. Isn't plague one of them? Is it? Famine. Is it okay? It's famine, death, pale horse, I guess. No, famine's not it. Pestilence. Which one's plague? Which one would be closest to plague? The first white, yeah, the death, I guess, yeah. Pestilence, yeah. A fatal epidemic disease, especially bubonic plague. Yep. Access Audio, thank you for the super chat. Remember when Biden wanted to open schools when teachers, bus drivers, and staffs were not yet vaccinated? Also, COVID not impacting kids was a demonic. Yes. I mean, and thank you for the super chat. Thank you for supporting the channel. And I'm not just saying this to repeat it. I know we're all struggling out here, so I appreciate it. I don't take it lightly. And I appreciate any support to the channel. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, that was sick. And the fact that the fucking liberals, man, still had the audacity to say like, oh, Hillary Clinton would have handled the pandemic better. Maybe. I'll give you a maybe at best, but I'm not giving you a fucking guarantee. I'm not giving you a fucking guarantee. You know why? Because, in my opinion, Trump was like, do whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. I think that was his approach. Whereas Hillary would have wanted to like be the face of it and actually get involved in it, that might have fucked shit up even more, to be honest with you. But at the end of the day, we know what a fucking Democrat president did during the pandemic. They wanted to brush that shit under the carpet and act like nothing fucking happened. And it caused the death of people. And that is on the Democratic Party. That is on the Democratic Party. Culture, peace. Okay, I see you. Henry Martinez. Te cuidas. Appreciate you. Yes, it's the Hannibal directive, Amira. The white man has no qualms with sacrificing their own children when it comes to maneuvering for power. 100%. It is a colonizer mentality. Access Audio, thank you for the super chat again. To clarify, the propaganda talking point that COVID didn't affect kids was diabolical. Sam Cedar also supported young people getting infected for herd immunity. Fucking shit. Did he really? Oh, man. I'm telling you, like, I'm not trying to exaggerate when I say that we have to view liberals as our fucking enemies. Like, I want to be honest with you, this one's surprising to me. This one's just, man, like, just, where are the kids gonna fucking go with their adult parents? Oh, they're gonna be around their fucking adult parents. They're gonna be around other adults. They're gonna be around fucking grandparents. What the fuck, man? Yeah, put the fucking bodies on the kids. That's something else. And yes, we don't know like the long-term effects of children. Everybody wants to focus on, oh, you know, kids weren't allowed to go to school, so their attention span is affected. You know, their education is a little bit behind. Maybe fucking getting COVID has something to do with that shit as well. Maybe it's not as severe as if an effect of when you're older. I wouldn't be able to tell you. But to act like it didn't affect children in any regard, like somehow like COVID was a magical fucking fairy that like, oh, you still have the innocence of a child, that won't affect you. Get the fuck out of here. We just don't know what the long-term effects truly are. And again, look, I'm not over here trying to fucking be some fucking choir boy. I need to step up in masking. I need to be more proactive in that regard. I've gotten lazy with it. Part of it might just be a little fucking Llévame Jesus, you know what I mean? But yeah, I need to do better on that. We all do. But it's that lack of community, and the Democratic Party aided in this a lot because we all kind of felt collectively susceptible to the whole normalization of COVID that was led by the Democratic Party. The Republican Party tried doing it, and we were like, nah, fuck you. We know what you are. You're science deniers. The Democratic Party came in, and we're like, oh, well, we trust you. You believe in science. I saw the yard signs. You believe in science. We'll take your word for it. Man, that Sam Cedar thing is fucking wild. But yes, pestilence. A fatal epidemic disease. That's fucking RFK Jr. Let me hear.
Pestilence.
Pestilence, yeah. Man.
Wyoming. He's number 2 in the Senate. Speaking to HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy.
Was it? Pig number 2, me lord. Sorry. I don't know if I should put up a finger too. Is it pig number? Yeah, he goes, pig number 2, me lord. I'm pretty sure.
Kennedy. And this is Democratic Senator Mark Warner of Virginia.
Do you accept the fact that 1 million Americans died from COVID? I don't know how many died. You're the Secretary of Health and Human Services. You don't have any idea how many Americans died from COVID? I don't think anybody knows that because there was so much data chaos coming out of CDC, and there was so many incentives. And these are modeled. You don't know the answer of how many Americans died from COVID. This is the Secretary of Health and Human Services. Do you think the vaccine did anything to prevent additional deaths? Again, I would like to see the data and talk about the data. You have had this job for 8 months, and you don't know the data about whether the vaccine saved lives? That's the problem, is that
Jesus. One, I think that is honest frustration. I don't think that's performative because it's so fucking ridiculous that you have that position to begin with, and two, that you've been at it for basically a year, 8 months, and you're still claiming that there's no. I'm not trying to mock the voice. I almost got there. Trying to act like we still don't know. We still don't know. We still don't have the numbers. After years of this now at this point. Access Audio with another super chat. I appreciate all the support. Thank you so much. See Majority Report Part 1 COVID-19 predictions from infectious disease expert. 5 minutes and 35 seconds in. I know you like sources and I got them. Woo! Look at that. We got a petty chat over here. This is what I love. This is what I love. We embrace the petty. We don't gotta lie because we got the fucking facts. All right. Let's pull it up. He sent a super chat and we're pulling it up in real time. I appreciate the support. Let's see. And Walker, white men are allowed to be mediocre. Exhibit A. Yep, exactly. Man. Yeah. Some dumb beats. It's only been 8 months. You're right. It's only 8 months. What do you expect a man to do? Let's see. Part 1. I'm misspelling everything, but it's okay. Let's see. Oh no, this is the. Did you mean 5 minutes? Oh yeah, you did. I don't know why I'm so dumb. I thought 5 hours. I was like, holy shit. 5:30. We'll start from 5:11 just to give it a little bit of time. Oh no, 5:20. Oh, I see.
Realistic.
No, you gotta go before you start saying.
So, if the only realistic path for this to end is to get to that 60 to 70% infection rate, is the challenge now from a public health policy and I guess just broadly a public policy to essentially reach a number of, let's say, daily infections that is the highest number possible that could allow for our healthcare system to absorb? I mean, is that essentially the challenge? If you were in charge, if anybody were in charge, it feels like, but if you were in charge of essentially outlining the plan, would that be the strategic goal?
Yes, I think two things. One is, first of all, we've got to have a plan. You know, we can't just assume that we're either going to be in lockdown mode. And this is not just about the economy, because it's easy at that point to assume it's about dollars and cents versus lives. And it's not that. It's about our livelihood. It's about the society that we know. We can't lock down worldwide for 18 or 20 months hoping for a vaccine. At the same time, we can't just let this go willy-nilly, because, in fact, when these big increases occur, they really will bring down healthcare systems. There very easily could be millions of deaths. And on top of that, the people who have other conditions will be largely denied access to healthcare because the systems will be under such strain. So that all the other illnesses that we think of will also be compromised in terms of how we deal with heart attacks, accidents, asthma, etc. So what I keep coming back to is what I talk about, threading the rope through the needle. we've got to find a way in that middle ground to say that how do we craft a response that is quickly able to determine that cases appear to be increasing, and we locally, regionally apply distancing techniques to try to slow it down. And then ease off again when we are able to demonstrate that cases are coming down, that the healthcare system has capacity to handle more surge, healthcare workers are protected because there's enough preventive equipment available, and that we can feel confident that, you know, we can kind of do what we're trying to do right now. But I think the additional challenge with that is that we know that this disease is very, very different in how it impacts people by age and by underlying risk factors, meaning diabetes, heart disease, certain cancers, hypertension, and obesity. And those people are at a much, much higher risk of having a serious illness and dying. So is there a way to help bring back into everyday life the younger population, under age 40, for example, who will have a much lower risk of having a serious illness or and even a fatal case? And with the idea that we're not forcing them back in, but should there be a permissive way that we allow them back in if they get infected, we want them to not transmit it to others who are in high risk of having severe outcomes. But each time one of those people get infected and recover and develop immunity, which again we're assuming will provide protection, we've put one more rod in that virus transmission reactor that will help slow things down. And that person now not only is not in a position to get infected themselves, but as well as the fact they can now interact with people who haven't been infected and feel confident and comfortable they're not going to transmit the virus to them. So that's the kind of discussion we need to have today, and it's a tough one. You know, we've had tough ones already about deciding who gets a ventilator and who doesn't, and what that means, the life and death decisions. But we also need to have a societal discussion today. And you know, I've seen people say, well, if you let any case happen, you're, you know, basically putting the economy over human life. No, this virus is doing that. This virus is very, very capable of continuing to march on no matter how hard we try to suppress it. There'll be cases. Look at places like Singapore.
Holy fuck. What the shit? No, it's not the economy. It's this virus. What? Wow. Okay. Look, I'm sorry. I don't know if this is gonna be the Access Audio. I don't know if this is gonna be the response you wanted or we're looking forward to, but like, because of my hatred, it really is hatred, my pettiness, I'm trying to be generous, and I have to say that Sam is going to push back on this. This is, I mean, this is 4 years ago, but this is so fucking ridiculous. We're not going to force them back. We're just going to provide them the avenue to go back into society when we're supposed to be doing the opposite. I mean, remember all the fear mongering about China? That people weren't allowed outside their homes, that they were bringing fucking food to your groceries to your fucking doorstep, and that was considered fucking Orwellian totalitarianism. When it's like, holy shit, you mean you're trying to keep people safe and providing food for them to their literal fucking doorsteps? Oh man. Okay. Okay. All right. Ah, it's just so okay. So I have to remember this is a while ago, and Sam could have changed his opinion since then. But this is wow. And he had a second part conversation to this. Okay.
Japan models just months ago of the way to do it to control it, and today they're both in national states of emergency. So our job is to figure out how to thread this rope through the needle and to get us through to what will hopefully be a vaccine with the fewest number of people who are impacted of serious illness or deaths, who we don't overrun the healthcare system, and yet we maintain a sense of society and the livelihoods that we all know we have to do.
And the livelihood aspect is how some of these fuckers keep and uphold prioritizing capitalism, prioritizing profits. Oh, well, you got to get back to work. No, everything should have shut down. We should have prioritized lives over everything else. Access Audio, thank you for the super chat again. Fun fact, herd immunity was only ever achieved via vaccination, never infection. Spoiler, Sam doesn't really push back. That should be the pushback. Yes. Yeah, I was always so fucking, like, I never understood this herd immunity line. Because I'm like, wait, but if herd immunity is the thing, then why do we need vaccines? Then every fucking disease would be solved by herd immunity. Herd immunity would be the natural vaccine, right? That was always my way of thinking. And that's why I never understood. And I didn't really speak on it. One, I think this predates my channel, but to me, everything was so confusing and honestly stupid, where I was kind of like, everything you taught me about vaccines, like, that's what we should be supporting. And herd immunity doesn't fucking work in that regard. I don't know. But thank you, Access Audio, for the super chat. Thank you for helping the channel out. And thank you for providing this information. One, the pettiness and the receipts, but two, also like yeah, because if you have a vaccine, you can still get, the disease or you still get sick. I keep saying disease, and I think I should be saying virus, right? Oh, I keep saying disease because of infectious disease expert. Okay, that's my bad. You still get sick, but it's going to be to a lesser degree. So it would make sense then for the herd immunity aspect, since it's not going to be life-threatening in that regard. If everybody is vaccinated, everybody's vaccinated. Mickey makes mistakes. Yeah, my understanding is vaccines make herd immunity better. And mind you, I'm so far between in my realm of comfort. So I'm 100% up for being completely wrong on all this. Shady Macha, noticed that's a guy with a PhD in an MPH, not a medical degree. Oh. Okay. Shady Macha, you mind elaborate on that? I think I know what you're saying, but I don't want to make any assumptions because that's something that would not. Because he's censor of infectious disease research and policy. Are you referring to the fact that he's not a medical degree? What is an okay? Let's see. Miles per hour? Is that what you're not? Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Let's see. I know it's a stupid way of searching it, but here. That's thank you for that, Shitty Masha. Thank you. Thank you for that. Honestly, thank you for that. I would not have caught that. That is, like I said, this is outside of my regular understanding. Access Audio. Yes, vaccines don't prevent infections. They prevent diseases. Some diseases have larger incubation periods, so vaccines can clear them before disease symptoms show. Okay. He's an epidemiologist, which is, I think, what we're looking at. Okay. I mean, he is. I hear what you're saying, Chitty Matcha. Yeah, that's a tricky one though. That's a trick. I hear what you're saying, and but I'm also questioning my pettiness, because I desperately want him not to be qualified to have this conversation. Okay, me being charitable, I would say that he is qualified to have this conversation, but he should have had an actual MD. But you can make the argument that because we're talking about because they're focusing on, at least from this, part of the video, the part of the conversation, they're focusing on the pressure on on hospitals, and just, I'm trying to be generous because they're focusing on hospitals and the overflow of hospitals, that he might be qualified to have this conversation, but he's taking a lot of liberties in terms of how, I don't know. I feel like I hear what you're saying, Shane Macho, but I feel like I would shut the fuck up, Yipper. Is Yipper informing us that the ear doctor is not, in fact, a doctor? Yeah. Yipper 99. I don't know, see, because Dr. Jared Ball is a doctor, but he's not in any regard in the medical field. Ronaldo DD, thank you for the super chat. To show my appreciation, shout out to the chat too, even the X-Men hate. JK, leaving work, I'll hop back on when I get home. If you all are still here. No. We gotta wrap up. We gotta wrap up soon. I got my meeting with the youth at 5, so I gotta wrap this up soon. Still gotta get lunch before having that meeting. I lost track of time. I'm not gonna lie. I miss this. I miss, you guys are fucking hilarious. Y'all are hilarious. Let's see. Chirimacha, an MPH combined with an MD might be okay, but with a PhD, it's dealing with interpretation data. That's it. More qualified than me, but not medical advice. Because you don't need an MD to be an epidemiologist. Okay. No, David Barnes, I love it. I'm sorry. Yeah, David Barnes saying, sometimes I wonder if I'm getting too petty with all the receipts I send. You're not. I do love it. It's just, I'm not lying to y'all when I say I'm not really on social media. I'm not really on social media like that. So, it takes me a minute to reply to a lot of things. No, not that I'm like getting flooded with stuff, but, even when I used to have a personal Instagram, friends and coworkers would be like, yo, what the fuck, you haven't replied? I'm like, look, I reply in one sitting to the 20 fucking memes that you sent me. So I'll see you at the end of the month. I'll respond to you at the end of the month. No, but no, I appreciate that. And no, I understand that. Okay, now I understand the distinction. And look, I try really hard to try and put my pettiness aside and be charitable. And I will say they were exclusively talking about how to address overwhelming the medical system. I think in that regard, he is qualified to have a conversation. But yes, you're all correct in the terms of saying not the best dude in terms of how individuals should be conducting themselves. Like he's not. Yeah. Okay.
So this is going to be too rough, but and maybe you can sort of point out where there's where the math maybe is not wrong, but really the calculus is wrong. So if the idea is that we need to get to 60 to 70%, that that means that there is an inevitability of X amount of deaths. We don't know what X amount of deaths is because the variables is what you're saying is that if we were to, let's just look at New York City, because that's obviously the densest part, and that's so far been one of the, well, certainly by sheer numbers, the biggest epicenter. But so if we were to basically say, okay, everyone under the age of 40 in good health, you go out, and the idea is that we want to try and get as close as we can to 60 to 70% of infection with the least amount of deaths, because that's the strongest, or relative to the virus population that we have, and get there as quickly as we can. So if I was to look at the number of, we've had 15,000 deaths at this point, partly as a function of the shutdown, partly as a function of not having shut down, earlier. Can I? Do you have?
See, that confused me. Is he saying partly to blame because of the shutdown and partly to blame because we didn't shut down soon enough? Shouldn't it be that because we did not shut down soon enough?
Folks who are sitting down, sort of crunching those numbers and saying the high end of what we anticipate would be deaths if we were to do something like put 40-year-olds out there, and the low end is this.
Well, again, I think it comes back to we don't want anybody to get infected. Okay, so what I'm suggesting is if they do participate in everyday life again, as we once knew, and they do get infected, I'm giving you the consequences of their chances of having a serious illness or dying, their ability to maintain a society as we know it, and at the same time, their situation in terms of, yes, you're right, putting rods in the reaction, but I wouldn't have them go back in and just put rods in the reaction. I wouldn't do that. I'm just saying that if they happen, they actually contribute to that. You know, if I had the perfect magic wand, I'd freeze everything right now in human and virus time except one thing, and that's vaccine development. And then miraculously, 16 or 18 months from now, we just drop that vaccine in and then let time start again. We can't do that. So what we're trying to figure out is how do we navigate this? It's like gravity. You might not like it, but it works, and it's going to work consistently everywhere all the time. This virus is going to keep transmitting, whether we like it or not. So our job is to figure out how can we minimize the number of deaths, the serious illnesses, and the overall impact to society, because I think everyone agrees. I find no one that agrees with the idea that we can shut down society for 18 months and come out the other end and not be a completely changed world in a negative way.
Right.
So what our job is...
Oh, man. Again, liberals and their commitment to maintaining the status quo. Everything should have been put aside, fucking upholding society, upholding this and that, and said, no, like, every life fucking counts. It might come off as extreme, but again, these fucking colonizers are obsessed with their individual freedom. Man. So instead of him focusing on the health and well-being of people, he's adding to the equation, well, society. Well, you don't have a society without people. Yeah, that's okay. Amira, thank you. I agree with that. Okay, Amira is where I'm coming from, where I'm like, yeah, I want to be a hater too, but I think this qualifies it about what we're talking about. But Chitty Macho, you're correct in the terms of him adding the economy. And when he says society, that's what he's talking about. He's talking about the economy, right? Like the status quo. The capitalist way of living. That's grimy. It reminds me, if you watch Scrubs, what's his name? Like Kelso, Dr. Kelso. He's all about like the bottom line and the he's like the all about like the financial bottom line. This is what the energy this motherfucker's giving off. By the way, Scrubs is mad underrated. Its original ending is one of the best endings to a sitcom out there.
Just to thread all those together. And I think the most important thing is just like this discussion right here you and I are having right now. We need to have this discussion to get this started so that it's not seen as someone who is, has a position that, well, these people are okay casualties. They're acceptable casualties.
Right.
Let them go.
No,
that's not it at all. It's how to have that discussion. So I think this is why this kind of discussion we're having right now is really important.
Well, and
this is why I call bullshit on that, though. It is very much of like, and it's funny that it's on the majority report, but it's the Dave Rubin thing of like, we're just having such high level ideas and conversations out here. It's in for like, high level ideas and all this bullshit. It's like, wait, hold on. When you're prioritizing alongside people's lives, society, aka the economy, aka the capitalist fucking global system, then yeah, you are saying, you are diminishing people's lives. You are prioritizing the economy. What is a society without its fucking people? You are saying that we're sacrificing for the global status quo. Yeah, fucking yeah, Thanos on here. Perfectly balanced. As all things should be. We'll let Sam wrap it up here.
And I don't want to be too dogged, but I understand the idea that we want to minimize deaths, but I don't, and that there's an inevitability of infection. But do we really want to minimize? I mean, let's just stipulate that 18 months we will get a vaccine. But I don't know how safe it is to stipulate that. But let's just stipulate it for the sake of this conversation.
Yep, I agree.
How can we? It seems like there's a little bit of a gray zone in there in terms of like, yes, I certainly don't want to say I want people to be infected. I certainly don't want to be infected. But at the same time, we need if we're not going to follow down the trajectory of we're inside for 18 months and all the things that come with that problematically, we need people to get infected on some level, right? I mean, it's inevitable, but the idea is that we probably want to attempt to control which cohorts of our society get infected.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly the kind of discussion, again, I would say the gray zone, if rheostat-wise, let me make a friendly amendment here. I would suggest that if we can control infection and keeping people out there, I mean, new ways of distancing, for example. Let me just give you one that has been presented to me for my input. What if we brought back Major League Baseball, but there was nobody in the stands? It was only the players and the management, that were there, but we televised it. And the people who did the television work were up in the stands itself, isolated. Would that be a new normal? Well, we've never done that before, but could we do that and actually bring back society in a way that, hey, we're all going home and watch our TV today because we got baseball on? Now, this is the kind of thing we're talking about is how can you bring back society where you're
What the fuck? Oh, that is so fucking stupid and such a waste of fucking, what the fuck? So we should put the players at risk? And yes, the NFL is just gonna be like, yeah, we're just gonna lose all the fucking money from having people at the shows. There's a reason why the UFC was the only one that was willing to continue putting on shows like that. Man, that is interesting.
Actually, creatively, I mean, look what's happened to the airplanes. Now, we'd all agree that, I feel badly for the airline industry, but we're seeing airlines that normally would be flying 2 million passengers a day flying 30,000. Will that ever come back again? I think about how many meetings I went to around the world.
Will that ever? Think about the airlines.
For a day, I'd fly to Geneva 3 to 4 days out of my schedule, jet lag, 1 day meeting, and now today I do it online. And so I think that some of the things we're also talking about is how to more creatively hold back some of what was before. It's not an either or anymore. It's either nothing and we're locked down or it's back to normal.
I see.
And so what we're trying to do is craft a society, and we're trying to craft a way to move with this virus. And I think you were right on the mark when you said, are we going to have a vaccine? We have to be very careful and say we don't know. We hope we can. Yesterday there were data that came out in the first studies out of China looking at a vaccine in monkeys that were challenged with the virus after they had been vaccinated, and it looked pretty promising. Now that doesn't mean it's coming anytime soon, but I think there's reason to hope. So I think what we're looking for is this kind of creative energy to get us to the end of this so we have that vaccine.
Okay. And
that's funny, man. And they're gonna have the liberal response to like, no, we were having a nuanced conversation. If if you couldn't keep up, then that's on you. Like all this shit like that. Homie was saying 100%. He was saying was it Selena Gomez? We're like, yeah, some people are gonna die. Right? Like she was the one that said that early on. Some people are gonna die. We just gotta find out how to get back to our watching a football, because it's the American way, baby. Pick a fucking international sport next time, asshole. If you're gonna really pitch this to you want me to take you serious. Football, right? Jesus. Yeah. Yeah, Chidi Macho, the decision is not based on human life, but getting back to normal for business, 100%. And that's what the Democratic Party did. Man. And to be honest, the FT, the dumbest way to bring back blood sports, I loved when it was just like two fighters and I think like their corners, and that was it, the cameraman. Because you could hear every fucking hit. One of my favorite fights is Dan Hooker versus Dustin Poirier. Amazing fucking fight. Mia Cater 1201. Inhumans. No, Inhumans are on the moon. Right there, the Twitch chat. Sorry for the late response. Yes, pull a piece. Pure eugenics. I'm never watching Majority Report again. Absolutely disgusting. It's wild how I completely miss all that. But no. But see, they're having high level ideas. You know, you're getting trapped by your uneducated emotions. Emotions are keeping you from having a rational idea about how to save the economy. And the NFL has a contract to CBS and ESPN. Like, they need to get back to it. Man, that's hilarious. Emira, then they always act like anyone who prioritizes lives over money is somehow immature and an idealist. Yeah, exactly. All right.
They didn't have the data. The data by the Biden administration is absolutely dismal. So who's politicizing? You're saying the Biden administration politicized all the data? Go back to what Howard Cantwell just said.
Let me slow it down because now they're really going back and forth. It's getting good.
Absolutely dismal. So who's politicizing? You're saying the Biden administration politicized all the data? Go back to what Howard Cantwell just said. They fired Dr. Krauss, from Surgeon General. They fired Dr. Krauss. They fired all the people who questioned the orthodoxy. They fired Dr. Gruber, Dr. Krauss. So, Mr. Chairman, the Secretary of Health and Human Services doesn't know how many Americans died from COVID. Doesn't know if the vaccine helped prevent any deaths. And you are sitting as Secretary of Health and Human Services? How can you be that ignorant?
That was Democratic Senator Mark Warner of Virginia questioning Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And this is Republican Senator Dr. Bill Cassidy of Louisiana.
I said yesterday, I believe it, that President Trump deserves a Nobel Prize for Operation Warp Speed. If he had been President Obama, he would have gotten it. But because of...
Bro, low key? Yo, like, I'm going to be honest with you. Oh, man. Okay. Yeah, okay. Then you can make the argument for Obamacare. No, okay. When Obama got his Nobel Peace Prize, Donald Trump, yes, I agree. Okay, yes. Okay. Donald Trump had it over. Jesus, it's crazy. I never even thought of this. I'm really gonna get marked as a secret fucking reactionary. You just hate the Democrats. I think it's undisputable that when Barack Obama got his Nobel Peace Prize, him just then versus Donald Trump, Operation Warp Speed, Donald Trump deserves that Nobel Peace Prize more than Obama. That is fucking great. Oh shit! What the fuck? Oh, I need to hear that again.
I said yesterday, I believe it, that President Trump deserves a Nobel Prize for Operation Warp Speed. If he had been President Obama, he would have gotten it. But because of Operation Warp Speed, forcing the federal government to come to a vaccine development within 10 months when others said it couldn't be done, we saved millions of lives globally, trillions of dollars. We reopened economies, an incredible accomplishment. Mr. Secretary, do you agree with me that the president deserves a Nobel Prize for Operation Warp Speed?
Yeah, absolutely, Senator. That's
let me ask you, but you just...
I think he's right, but also it's a great gotcha. It's a great gotcha. That's a solid one. The fuck are these fools barking so much? If it's just a mailman, I'm gonna be pissed.
Told Senator Bennett that the COVID vaccine killed more people than COVID. Wait, that was a statement.
Oh wait, it's just a mailman. Literally was just the mailman. All right.
Not say that.
Okay, then let me ask, because you also...
Senator, I just want to make clear, I did not say that.
We'll check the record. That's a question of fact. You also said that you were also, as lead attorney for the Children's Health Defense, you engaged in multiple lawsuits attempting to restrict access to the COVID vaccine. Again, it surprises me that you think so highly of Operation Warp Speed, when as an attorney you attempted to restrict access. But let me ask.
I'm happy to explain why.
I have 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. It also surprises me because you've canceled, or HHS did, but apparently under your direction, $500 million in contracts using the mRNA vaccine platform that was critical to Operation Warp Speed. Again, an accomplishment that I think President Trump should get a Nobel Prize for. You canceled $500 million in contracts.
That's Republican Senator Dr. Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, questioning Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
No, that was solid. That was great. We spent a little bit more time on this than I expected to. But yeah, no, he was on point. I really did enjoy that argument. Because he got him. He got him on the bind, and he can't talk shit about Donald Trump. His ass can get booted. Man. We'll watch a little bit of this because this was a shorter one. No, this was it. That's funny. This we're gonna have to save for another time. All right, we'll watch a little bit more of this. Oh, we're already at 5 hours. Yipper, I was going to say something about deculturation. I'm not even gonna read the rest of that, Yipper. It's up. What the fuck? I don't know what's going on there, Yipper.
During a highly contentious hearing Thursday. This is more of Senator Cassidy.
You also told Senator Wyden at the outset that you didn't want to take vaccines away from people. And as I conclude, I would like to say this. Because of the conflicting recommendations made about COVID. This is from Eric Erickson, good conservative out of Atlanta, Georgia, occasionally gives me help. My wife has stage 4 lung cancer. She's one of the people the COVID vaccine actually helps. Thanks to the current mess at HHS, CVS is unable to get her vaccine. Secondly, an email from a physician friend of mine. Hey, Bill, I'm not even sure what I'm asking you, but we're all confused and concerned about who can get the COVID vaccine. We are having our attorney try and render an opinion, but there's no firm guidance and concern about liability if vaccines are given to a patient requested but not on the current CDC list. Pharmacists are requiring a prescription now even for patients over 65, creating a huge headache. I submit these for the record.
Without objection.
I would say
Look. Yipper, I was never gonna be like, if you want me to read something, you gotta pay. Moving forward. You motherfuckers are gonna smear me with the snow bunny accusations. It's gonna cost you fuckers. I'm putting $9.99 for smearing me with snow bunny accusations. I think that's a fair price to read out loud. I think I can say it. I don't know if I said this already. I was in Texas. I was in Texas for union work. That's all I'm gonna say. We're already 5 hours in. How are you guys? Okay. Yeah. Yipper, do you have an actual MD? Oh man. Man. Yeah, I am putting a paywall behind the accusations. Texas said enough. Hey, if it said enough, it's only because you agree, Yipper. uh, uh, fuck it. I missed the first and second hours. In my defense, I didn't stream the last 2 days, so I don't mind over here the going past the 5-hour mark.
Say effectively we're denying people vaccine. Senator Cantwell.
You're wrong.
Again, Dr. Cassidy, Louisiana senator, at Thursday's hearing. Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s record as HHS is what we're looking at. We're joined by Dr. Paul Offit, director of the Vaccine Education Center and a physician at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. He was just blocked from participating on the FDA Advisory Committee on Vaccines. Dr. Offit is co-inventor of the rotavirus vaccine recommended for universal use in infants by the CDC. Dr. Offit, welcome back to Democracy Now! So you have two doctors, both of them Republican. One of them, Dr. Barrasso, is number 2 Republican leader in the Senate, severely questioning Kennedy, RFK Jr., along, of course, with the Democrats.
You know, I can't say this enough. I am fucking, like, bewildered that these motherfuckers actually put, like, their medical expertise and their, you know, obligation to the health and well-being of the citizenry over, you know, kissing ass to Trump's pick. I'm honestly, I just assume all these motherfuckers were like, you know, for the children. No, Yipper, it wasn't. Definitely not recharging. Definitely not recharging. I barely got any sleep. It's only a slight time difference, but the lack of sleep did not help. And just, you know, it is a little stressful having to deal with certain union stuff, because you want to be as impartial as you can and detail oriented. Okay.
Can you address overall what happened yesterday, what you think was most important that came out of it? And we want to really focus on what his position means for access to vaccines in this country.
Well, so Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has a 20-year history of being an anti-vaccine propagandist, science denialist, and conspiracy theorist. Since 2016, he was paid hundreds of thousands of dollars a year by Children's Health Defense, an anti-vaccine group, to represent them, to represent their anti-vaccine point of view. He's not paid by them anymore. He's paid by us to be the #1 public health officer in this country to represent the public's health. But he doesn't. He continues to be the anti-vaccine activist and propagandist that he always was.
That's because I think RFK Jr. is a true believer. Like, he truly believes in this shit. I think that if he wasn't getting paid ever, he would have still been pushing this dumb shit. Thank you. Appreciate it, Amira. No, I really did. I had the plan to at least stream for a little bit during the trip. I just literally did not have time. We were always kind of playing catch up the whole time. And, you know, it sucks too, because at one point, because there was some legal, like legit legal stuff that we were kind of dealing with. And last minute, someone landed, their flight landed, and they had locked themselves out. They had locked themselves out of their vehicle, and they called us to be like, "Hey, can you come pick me up?" This and that, and we literally had to say we can't. We had to go set up. Like, I can't get into details, but like, we literally could not pick up this person from the airport that had locked themselves out of their vehicle. And you know, they understood. It wasn't like, "Oh, what the fuck?" It wasn't anything like that. They understood. They're like, "Oh yeah, okay, for sure, I'll figure it out." Yeah, you know. So yeah, it was interesting.
I mean, he has said that he thinks no vaccine is beneficial. He has said he thinks the COVID vaccines were the deadliest vaccines ever made. He said that if he could go back in time, he would pay anything not to vaccinate his own children. And I think probably the best example of this, and the reason he should have been fired on the spot, was when during this measles epidemic, when we've had an epidemic that has involved probably about 5,000 people in this country, the biggest epidemic we've had in 33 years. We've had 2 children die, 2 healthy little girls in West Texas, 6 and 8-year-old died. That's the first measles death since 2003. During this epidemic, right after 2 children had died, he goes on national television and says that measles vaccine kills people every year, which is wrong. He says measles vaccine causes blindness and deafness, which is wrong. He said measles virus, natural measles virus, prevents cancer, prevents heart disease, prevents autoimmune disease. He never owns up to these statements, but he said that during the midst of an epidemic that's the biggest we've had in more than 3 decades. Right there, Senator Cassidy should have walked into Donald Trump's office and say, this is not the guy. You can still have your Maha movement, but his anti-vaccine activist is causing children to die unnecessarily. He has to step down.
It sounded like he said Maha movement, which is hilarious, but also like it's this is what I try to tell people, like Donald Trump is not the worst case scenario. If anything, everybody, I don't know if y'all remember, but everyone was like, oh, Donald Trump has, we haven't seen him, so he's, and I was like, all the liberals were all happy and shit. I'm like, you do realize we're gonna get JD Vance, who, although he is for sale, ideologically he's aligned with like some of the worst fucking people. So why the fuck would you want him in charge? Like, why would you celebrate that? So when you're dealing with a true believer, it's always more dangerous, right? The fact that RFK Jr. got caught talking about the Chinese inventing a bio weapon and kind of connecting it to COVID, where it was only like that it wasn't targeting certain people, and he mentioned that it would not affect. I believe he said it wasn't going to affect the Chinese or the. Let me see. Let me pull it up. It's been a while. Jesus. Yeah, it was that. But I want to see the video. Y'all remember this? Are they not going to show it? The fuck? Here you go.
And we need to talk about bioweapons. The level, I know a lot now about bioweapons because I've been doing a book on it for the past 2.5 years. And
so he's saying, I'm translating, we need to talk about bioweapons. I know a lot about bioweapons because I've been doing a book on them for the last 2.5 years.
And the technology that we now have to develop these microbes, we've put hundreds of millions of dollars into ethnically targeted microbes.
He's talking about hundreds of millions of dollars of ethnically targeted microbes.
The Chinese have done the same thing. In fact, COVID-19, there's an argument that it is ethnically targeted. COVID-19.
He's claiming that COVID-19, which I don't agree with this fucking loon conspiracy theorist over here, true believer, is trying to lay the claim, tried to lay the claim. This was already, what, 2 years ago? 2 years ago. That COVID-19 was a bioweapon, essentially.
19 attacked certain races disproportionately. The races that are most immune to COVID-19 are because of the structure of the genetic structure, genetic differentials among different races of the receptors of the ACE2 receptor. COVID-19 is targeted to attack Caucasians and black people. The people who are most immune are Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese.
Bro said, oh my God. The absolute fucking worst. That it was meant to target white people, black people, and that it was not going to target Chinese people or less. And Ashkenazi Jews. You know what a white supremacist you have to be to distinguish Ashkenazi Jews from white people? What have I been saying? That's a Nazi fucking talking point. Fucking ridiculous. This is why I believe he's a true believer. He's a true believer. You can't say something that ridiculous when you're just an opportunist. Not in public. Actually, I think in that regard, let's just skip over to this. I don't know if y'all saw that. I'm sure you did. So this was probably a boat. Probably immigrants, to be honest. I'll change the title. It's 4 already, y'all. We've been at this for 5 hours. I'm gonna change the title, and then we're gonna double back on this Venezuela aspect. U.S. strike on Venezuela drug boat, quote unquote. What do we know, and was it legal? So I want to talk about that, as well as Pentagon warns Venezuela as 2 military aircrafts fly near U.S. warship. That is a great fucking photo. Can't hate on that because you get the Venezuelan flag. But yeah, Sela, the guy is another State Department tool, like many of Democracy Now! Guests in the last 15 years. Amy Goodman is a neoliberal. I mean, if he's this dude speaking out against the bioweapon guy, I'm sure he's probably is a fucking State Department tool, but that doesn't mean he's wrong in this situation, right? I would fucking take a wild guess and say that he is more correct about anything relating to medicine than RFK Jr. I think that's a safe bet. Oh man, I don't know, man. I hear you, Sella, but that doesn't. I don't know how that factors into this conversation. Are you saying this is to support RFK Jr.? Are you saying this just to remind us? Or are you trying to out left us? I don't know what you're trying to get at. But at no point was I here calling either one of Amy Goodman or this fool revolutionaries. But yeah, so we took a little bit longer on certain stuff. We couldn't get to the Venezuela thing. I did want to read an article by Cesspit too. Reported and extorted how America is paying for Salvador's brutal prison system. I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow, only because there are certain things I wanted to work on and head to that meeting too. So only because I normally don't have Saturdays off, and this is 5 hours. So I don't know. Maybe next week we'll see what's going on. But I did want to get to these eventually. That being said, thank y'all for tuning in. Hit the like on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Remember, Deculturation Live will have this up. I'll keep all that stuff there. Yeah, apparently 5 hours wasn't enough to cover everything I want to talk about. But, you know, I was gone on union business. Like I said, I try not to just talk about it. I try to be about it. I'm not these fucking white leftists that can just cash in and sit on their ass all day. So, you guys are good. I think 5 hours, y'all get a little too rowdy in the chat. Which I love. I love that. Thank you all the super chats. Appreciate it. Keep supporting the channel if you can, when you can. With that, as Glenn Ford said, organize with eyes wide open. Yes, dude.